everybody, what is going on? It is draft night, so y'all know what it is. My brother, Tidy Jones, and me again for the draft. One more time. How we feel? We got a guest today, too. Who we got down there at the bottom, Tidy?
It's Stephen J with the check down.
Mr. Steve himself. With both the Steves today.
I know, man. I know. I'm going to try to not mix it up too much with us today. Appreciate you joining us, Steve. We're going to get this intro out of the way, and then we'll be ready to go in Uncle Steve's Lounge. How is everyone doing today? It is April 25th, 2024, and we are here for the NFL draft and try to see what our Atlanta Falcons will do this year in the draft in the first round. To my right on top is my buddy, pal, young buck, down representing everything Warner Robins and below. Donnie from AtlantaBirdGang, what's going on, my friend?
Hey, I'm feeling fantastic. How are we doing tonight, guys?
Man,
lovely.
It is lovely. First thought before we go to Steve in introduction. First thought on your mind, brother, about the draft.
Excitement, man. Excitement. You know, being a fellow football junkie, a fellow football nerd, Falcons fanatic, man. For me, whenever we hit this point, when we hit the draft, you know, at that point, you know, the weather has got warm and it kind of starts to smell like football's on the horizon. So anytime we hit the draft, I know, like, look, we almost here. Because once we go past this weekend, before we know it, y'all, I mean, you're going to have your OTAs, mini camps, training camp, and then preseason football. Like, so I'm very excited. You know, I love this point.
Is that crazy? I heard you say smell the football. That's crazy, but you're absolutely right. Joining us this year is our buddy Stephen J from Steve the Check Down. What's going on, Stephen? How you doing today, brother?
What's going on? I'm glad that I'm here, man. Excited about the draft and you know, ready to get at it, man. Ready to get at it. I mean, we have so many things that have happened with our team. We have a new quarterback. We got some new receivers. You know, we got a new return man. I mean, we got a new coach. And tonight might be the icing on cake.
I hope the icing got flavor in it, though. I hope it's got a sweet flavor to it. I don't need that icing that doesn't have any taste. But hopefully we'll get into that. But everyone here, man, we appreciate you all joining us. Listen, we got a lot of content creators out doing their thing, and we wish everyone success tonight as they doing their stream. But we appreciate you all joining us here in the stream tonight. Thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. We're going to try to get to the chat as much as possible. Just keeping in mind, y'all know this is a heavy night, so if I don't get every comment, please don't charge it to my heart, charge it to my head. Because I'm just trying to get this thing rolling a little bit. But we do, at the beginning, you know good and well, we have these super chats. And our brother Greg is in the house. Greg from Greg Custom Kicks. Y'all know I got to do it, Tade. I'm sorry. You know I got to put one.
I know it all, Steve, that we will always read. Read your super chat. Read your super chat.
Y'all can see in the background if y'all want to.
I'll leave that up to Steve. That's
I'll get no love on the background.
Speaking of singing, Steve, if I may, and speaking of Greg, shout out to our guy Greg. Absolutely. I just want everybody to see. I hope you can see the filter on these.
Oh yeah,
but these are custom made from Greg Custom Kicks. Custom made here. They're one of one. Guys, please reach out to Greg at Greg Custom Kicks and get your fresh pair of shoes, Nike Air Force Ones. He did these for me, and they're fantastic, man. I absolutely love them. And I'm probably gonna get me another pair this year as well. But y'all, please, if you don't do nothing else as far as your Falcons merchandise, get you a pair. Uncle Steve already has a pair that he's already showed you on his channel. Man, Greg does great work. So make sure to check him out. Greg Custom Kicks everywhere on social media. He gonna put you in the game. These are custom made Atlanta Bird Gang, and I love them. Absolutely love them. And they smell brand new. Woo!
See, and Steven, I'm gonna tell you the story. See, Tidy cheated because he saw my shoes one time and you remember that commercial where the guy had the radio, man, you got to get your own. So I had my own little shoes, and I said, Tidy, you got to get your own. And he got his own now. So
true story. True story.
In the club.
So Greg, we appreciate you, man. Thank you for the support as always. I also want to give a shout out while we giving shout outs to my folks over at Profuse Barber Cave. Real quick, this is one of the new places here on the south side of town in Henry County, very close to Clayton County. The Barber Cave here on North Henry Boulevard in Stockbridge, Georgia. Let me tell you something, men. When you want to do your grooming, and the ladies, they take care of themselves. They go to the little nail shops and all the, get their hair done and everything like that. But if you want that whole male grooming sensation, where you get your beard service, you get your hot towels, you get the reflexology massage, if you will, facials, locks, manicure, pedicure, all in one place. I want y'all to go check out Profuse. They've been doing a great job. Veronica does. You see this very shiny head up here and procured beard that I have on here. Thanks to her and the great job they do over there. Y'all make sure y'all give them a shout out if you're on the south side of town. And y'all make sure y'all tell them Uncle Steve sent you if you get a chance. That's Profuse at 4661 North Henry Boulevard in Stockbridge. Shout out to all the folks there in the shop. I think they're still there at work. But if they're not, I just want to make sure that I gave them a proper shout out. Folks, let's get in the chats, y'all, before we get into our conversation. Let's see who started it off. Winston from the Eye Test. I know they're doing some things tonight over there. He said, what's going on, fellas, in chats? With the 8th overall pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Leoto Latu. I know I'm pronouncing that wrong. Defensive end out of UCLA. Chat, smash, and like. We appreciate that. Big John Higgins is here. He said, Uncle Steve, what's happening with you? Go defense. First 2 picks. Greg is in the house. That's the other Greg. What's up, Tidy in chat? Norman Fitzgerald is here. What's going on, Norman? Marina, who's always in the chats. Let's go. Mills is in here. What's going on? Rise up content creators. We appreciate you. That one Falcon fan's in the house. What's popping, brother? Word on the street is that the Falcons are open to trade back. We're going to talk about that in a second. Brother Eric Parker is here. What's going on? He says, what's going on to Steve J, too? As far as you're concerned, what's going on, man? Wilkins that feel bad for whoever's drafting J.J. McCarthy. Wow. Y'all wishing bad on the brother already. Dondre says, is Dallas Turner everyone's pick? I'm going to find out from the fellas in a second. Carlos is here in the house. What's going on? David Starks, our brother, is here. What's going on? Alan Mike. What is up, sir? Thank you. Chuck is in the house. My buddy Chuck Freeman is here. How you feeling, man? Dondre says, Tidy, where's the cigar?
I actually didn't bring it on camera tonight. I was trying to, when you come to Uncle Steve's Lounge, you got to be on your A game. You got to look professional. He's already allowed me to take a ceremony shot tonight, so I didn't want to push my luck.
Come on, bro. Now, you and I, if it's anybody that's going to have an exception, that's going to be you. What is going on? Speaking of my barber, she's out here. Veronica is here. Your barber, Uncle Steve, I appreciate you. shout out to you. Thank you for joining us here in Uncle Steve's Lounge. Appreciate y'all out here. I see Shard is in the house. What's going on? Our buddy Armani is in the house. What's up, Armani? Armani, you make sure you check us out here on the stream here. My brother Joseph Evans is here. What's up, Joseph? Good to see you. Thank you so much. Kelvin is here. What's up, sir? Say trying to get out of McDonald's drive-through and get home.
Good luck.
And of course, you cannot end the first part of the stream without saying hey to your mama. My mama is here. Laureen Johnson is in the house. Y'all say hey to mama.
Hey, Mama Johnson.
Make sure, because you know she is here. Aunt Kira is here. My beautiful wife is in the house.
Hey, Mrs.
Saying
Johnson.
hello. Saying thank you to the barber here. I see you right here. She says thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. We got you in the house. Jack Doe is in here. Big time Pittsburgh Steelers fan, but we ain't talking Steelers tonight, brother. So you can go about your business until y'all come to the chats. I'm just messing with him. Hal is in the house. What's going on, Hal? Our brother Dre from the Coach's Corner. What's going on? He said, I got the Crown Royal Vanilla on deck. Excited to see who we pick because I have a huge feeling you guys will be shocked. Remember, you heard it from me months ago. So, wow. I am just a lot of folks in. Again, y'all charge it to my head and not my heart because we got a lot of stuff to get to. Fellas, let's get down to the nitty gritty, man. We got about 3 minutes before the official stuff carries out. I want y'all last chance. Throw it on the deck. Hit the money on the table right now. Who you got, Steven? We're gonna start with you, my friend. Who you got first pick, number 8, or do we even pick at number 8?
Who do I want, or who do I think we're getting?
Okay, that's a fair question. Who do you think we're going to get? That's probably more fair because I'm sure we have our favorites who we think we want, but who do you think the Falcons are going to get?
I think they're probably going to get another receiver. I think if one of those top receivers drop to us, if Fontenot sticks with who he is and gets the best player available, I think that's what we're going to do. And they're probably going to want to give Kirk Cousins another weapon. That's what I think is going to happen. Either that or we're trading back.
Send all hate mail to Stephen J. That's the check down. Y'all make sure y'all send it to him and not to Uncle Steve, to Stephen. Nah,
that's not what I want. That's not what I want. But I mean, we've been consistent over the last few years.
Right.
Offense. I love to see a defensive player. I love to see a defensive player.
I would love to see them go defense in this particular. Let me get a couple more people out of the way. Kenneth Davis is in the house. As soon as I'll see y'all come in, I'm going to try to get y'all in. Sister alert in the house. Brigitte Johnson's here. She said, I can stay awake for the pick if we're not 8th. Let's see. Got my buddy Philip Crawford here. He said, I almost flipped all 18 of these wheels trying to park my truck for this draft. Latu is the key. I hear you. Antonio James is here. He said, what's up, Uncle Steve? I've been out of the loop today. Did we beat the tampering charge? We're not going to get charged this year for the tampering charge, Antonio. If we do anything, it will be next year. Next year in the draft for that. Jack Doe says he thinks we're going to get Brock Bowers. I'm going to tell you what he told me his scenario was earlier, Tidy, before you give your pick. He told me that he thought we're going to trade Kyle Pitts and get Brock Bowers at number 8. Now, I did tell everybody to bring their drinks, but not to drink yet until we do the pick. Obviously, Jack Doe has been doing some drinking tonight, so we're not going to hold that against him. Tidy, what do you think the Falcons are going to do at number 8?
I think they're going to try their very best to trade back in the draft this year. Someone in one of the comments just mentioned tampering, and I know they got to be on the back of their mind. So I wouldn't be surprised if they trade it back, give themselves a little more equity for next year because we might lose a pick or two next year, unfortunately. So I can definitely see them trading back, possibly try to grab Latu. I hope I pronounced his name correctly. if he's still there. But I really think they want to go edge rusher this year. I know right before we went live, Steve, Ian Rappaport released a statement. I mean, right before we went live, he brought up Michael Penix Jr. And he mentioned Arthur Blank. He feels strong about a succession plan. So I'm going to say a lot too, but I really don't know this year, man.
Wow. So Latu is coming to your mind. I'm going to go out here on a limb and what I think the Falcons are going to do. I really do think they're going to end up staying at number 8. I feel like they're going to stay status quo. I think when we come down to it, we need someone on defense. I think Dallas Turner has been shown to be as far as overall, a lot of folks have been saying that he's one of the better defensive prospects. I think all the other stuff is a lot of, just cloak and dagger kind of things. I think we're going to go Dallas Turner at number 8, unless somebody comes with a special package. Now, I also heard a little bit earlier that the Rams were trying to move into the top 10. And, Les Snead has a very good relationship with the Falcons. So that would not, that wouldn't be a surprise if they did that. Demetrius, I see you, brother. Thank you for joining us here in Uncle Steve's Lounge. We're here for our draft coverage. Falcons at this moment are slated to be number 8. What are the chances? You spoke about it at length just a second ago, Tidy. Steven, as far as trading back is concerned, is that an option that's more appealing to you, as he just pointed out, with the possibility of losing a pick or two next year? How does the trading back scenario sit with you right now, minutes before we get to our draft?
I have mixed feelings about it. I think it'll be a good move, especially when you consider we may lose draft picks next year. We will lose draft picks next year. But I have an unpopular opinion among our fan base. We have Kirk Cousins. I think Kirk Cousins is our quarterback for 2 years at most, at best. And we could find ourselves in a situation where Kirk Cousins is good enough to get us in the playoffs and be competitive, but push us way down the draft selection board in the drafts to come, in the very near future. And so since we may lose draft picks next year, should we go ahead and grab Penix? Now, some will say, well, he's going to sit behind a quarterback. It's going to be a waste of time. We need someone who can win now. I'm a little nervous about this year. I feel good about Kirk Cousins coming off of his injury, but I mean, he's going to be 36. We need to grab our quarterback while we can. We've had the luxury over the past few years of having pretty high draft picks. And if Kirk Cousins comes here and does what he's supposed to do, that's not going to happen over the next 2 years.
Right. That makes a lot of sense. Latoya's in the house, says, don't be shocked if it's Penix. How you doing, Latoya? Brian Davis, always a great supporter for us. Good evening, Steve and Tidy and Steven. Then we have Jeremy Cox. What's going on, Jeremy? He said, rather have Dallas, but there are enough needs that I won't be mad at anything unless we go Brock, which would be bananas. Tidy, I know you just spoke about it a couple of seconds ago in your scenario about trading. How about the quarterback position? That's something I think you and I sat over here and basically had strong emotions in 2021 when they chose Kyle Pitts over a possible quarterback. So what's your thoughts on possibly stocking up at the quarterback position, whether it's Penix, it'd be a surprise and be J.J. McCarthy? I don't know. What's your thought on a surprise quarterback pick?
I'm going to echo a little bit of Steven's comments because he mentioned he feels good about, us being pretty successful compared to the last few years in regards to our season this year. I feel the same way. And as he mentioned, that will push us to the back of the draft next year. And going back to Ian Rappaport's comments, he said Arthur Blank has spoke a lot about a succession plan. which does not surprise me because we kind of got caught in the Matt Ryan minutia, once we lost him. So being that we do have the 8th pick right now, I mean, it does make sense, from a theory standpoint, hey, this might be your last opportunity to get a guy while you're here at number 8, so that it does make sense in that aspect to me. And then on the flip side, I look at the fact, well, our 2 leading sack producers last year are not under contract right now. Mm-hmm. So, you kind of need to get your edge rush if you can. But if we do take a quarterback, I would not be surprised and I would be okay with it because you can stash him behind Kirk Cousins. And once again, like Steve said, I don't see Kirk being here past 2 years because year 3, that cap hit is almost $60 million. And I know the Falcons don't want to pay that.
No. Almost like we did with Matt.
Right.
I think we're looking at a 2-year. I know it's the paperwork says 4 years. I'd be shocked if Cousins is here, barring a Super Bowl run.
Right.
I'd be shocked if he's here past 2026. Looking at things, I happen to think it wouldn't be a bad idea to get your future quarterback right now. I know a lot of talk about waiting to the 3rd or 4th round, see what Spencer Rattler is he's going to be there. Is he somebody that's teachable? Do you look at someone like a Bo Nix possibly, who a lot of people are thinking he could go either late 1st or early 2nd round? Michael Penix is somebody that I was high on in the middle of the season when our buddy, your buddy and mine, Desmond Ridder, was doing his thing, that I was looking at possibly upgrading that position. Mm-hmm. I would not have a problem with getting a quarterback. I know this fan base, as Steven said, would lose their mind, but I would not mind trying to set up for the future. Now, the 2 things about Bud Dupree and Calais Campbell, there is something that might be a little encouraging about that, and y'all follow with me and ask and tell me what you think. Most of the time when you start talking about these veterans, Calais is at a point where, does he really need off-season camp? Does he really need to go through that type of stuff by signing in April or even May or something like that? No. Bud Dupree is not a spring chicken, but buddy as well, that you look at and say, do we really need him to be there? Hometown kid, he's probably around the building and things of that nature. So do you think he's someone that needs to sign up early? So I think it's a possibility we could get both of them back. What do y'all think?
Certainly, I think Calais Campbell we can get back. I think he wants to come back. I think he said that before. I can't remember if this was before. Well, it could be before Arthur Smith was fired, because he was fired pretty quickly. Yeah. But I do remember a report. I do remember a report that indicated that Calais wanted to play again. He wanted to continue to play. I think the question was about the terms. Bud Dupree, I'm hopeful that we can. I like what he was able to do last year. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to say I'm shell shocked, but I don't like to make too many conclusive, remarks about what the Falcons will do or what the players will do. It will surprise me every year almost.
Right. I see a comment here, and our buddy Wilk said, "Is there a quarterback actually worth taking at 8, though? I really don't love this class." Here's the thing I say about, is there a quarterback you really like? There's no quarterback that we're going to pick this year that is going to be an ideal situation for them to start right away. Mm-hmm. It's kind of back to what we were talking about in 2021. No one was expecting Justin Fields. Matter of fact, the only person I think that they were talking about starting right away was Trevor Lawrence. Nobody was talking about Zach Wilson starting right away, Trey Lance starting right away, Justin Fields starting right away, Mac Jones starting right away. And if we look at the Jordan Love model, of what they did in Green Bay, where he had those couple of years to sit, learn, ingest some of what's going on with the team. I think that's what I'm talking about. So when you're saying there isn't a quarterback worth it now, well, let's see in a couple of years if he could be, worthy of learning the system and getting in there to develop into a quarterback we need. Fellas, as we're coming in here, we're talking about Dallas Turner and Terrion Arnold and all these Alabama folks. What better person to bring in than this about to be very sad Alabama fan this year with the departure of our buddy Nick Saban this year. And it's not too late for you to get that extra small Georgia Bulldog shirt, Armani. Welcome in to the chat with us, my friend.
What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing?
Man, how you doing, Armani?
Man, we hanging in there. I'm gonna ask you while you in here, if you don't mind, turn the TV on just a smidge. I think I can hear your TV a little bit. I don't want to get any copyright calls on here tonight if we can. Armani, talk to us, man. Are you waving the flag for Dallas Turner to come here, or do you have somebody else in the house that you're thinking about?
I honestly think it's going to be Dallas Turner. I mean, we got to get the edge right. We've been trying to get the edge right, but one thing we haven't done is got an SEC guy to get the edge right. We've tried every other conference. We've tried everything to get this edge thing right. We've put patches on it. We've drafted guys. We've signed guys from free agents. But I think we're at a point now where we have to hit on this draft, and we have to get that edge rusher. I honestly believe it's going to be Dallas Turner. And Raheem Morris does like to have his DNs drop in coverage. And the number one drop coverage linebacker this year was Dallas Turner. So I believe that Turner fits the scheme, and he's going to fit this defense. So, hey, and I seen you. I heard you throwing shots at me, Uncle Steve. I know y'all so happy that Nick Saban is gone. He's not there to terrorize y'all no more. It's cool. It's cool.
You know a 4-loss season is coming, right?
On the horizon.
It's coming.
I give it 3. I give it 3.
Doing stuff with CJ. We appreciate you. And as Kelvin just said, the Bears are on the clock. Is there any possibility, folks, that this pick is going to be anything other than Caleb Williams?
No,
Anybody think, okay, so we don't have to waste time and talk about that. It's pretty much obvious. I think this draft will start after the Bears pick. So let's go ahead and talk. We got to get to the Falcons eventually, but at the number 2 position, we have the Washington Commanders and our good old buddy Dan Quinn doing his thing up there now in DC. Stephen, if you had a choice of the quarterbacks remaining, and I'm pretty sure Washington's going quarterback, are you all in with Jaden Daniels, or are you holding out hope for Drake May to be that pick at number 2?
Armani, you probably got to turn your TV down a little bit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I got you. Hold on one second. Let me go do that real quick.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. It's okay.
So I think Jaden Daniels is the best quarterback in the draft, honestly. And I mean, I've watched his game. I've watched Caleb Williams' game. I've watched Drake May's game. And I think the thing about Jaden Daniels is we need to get him on some peanut butter and jelly and mashed potatoes. Just get him bulked up a little bit.
Cornbread.
Yeah, get him some cornbread and all the other things.
Carbs.
Yeah, get some meat on the bone. Because the thing about Jaden Daniels is that he takes hits too. And so not only does he need to bulk up, but he needs to learn how to get down and not try to get that extra 2-3 or break every run that he tries to make. But I think Jaden Daniels is I mean, you never know, but based on what I've seen, I wanted the Falcons to do something to try to get him before the whole Kirk Cousins thing happened. I was Jaden Daniels all day long. And so I think Jaden Daniels, I think he's going to be great, honestly, but time will tell.
Toddy, what's your thought on number 2 for our buddy DQ?
I would say Jaden Daniels also. again, I'm kind of like Steve as well. That's the guy I was campaigning for months toward the end of the last year's football season. And I think he potentially can be a spectacular NFL player in the coming years. So I really see that's gonna be a good marriage. Jane Daniels, Dan Quinn. So I kind of think the top three are locked in: Caleb, Jaden, Drake May, and then that's when the draft will start at pick number 4.
Okay. I kind of am thinking along the same way. We got some anti Jaden Daniel talk. Dre says, "Hey, like Dave Chappelle said, cocaine is a heck of a drug if you think Jaden Daniels is the best it can be." So he accuses us all of failing the drug test. And I say, Dre, you might want to check what you're sniffing as well. Because I think Jaden Daniels to me, I must admit, I love Caleb Williams' work. I think the thing for me with Jaden Daniels is I see he's not even close to a finished product yet. And I think he can get so much better. Armani, do you echo those thoughts, or do you think Drake May is probably the guy?
Nah, I think, it's Jaden Daniels. I mean, honestly, I think that he's the best quarterback in the draft as well. I mean, I like Caleb, like you said, but Caleb, sometimes I think he lets the media get the best of him. But I mean, his measurables is fine. But I just think that Jaden Daniels being a little bit more battle tested, playing in the SEC. Yes, I don't care. I got my SEC biases right now. I think that him having a little bit more stiffer competition, will propel him to be better in the league. I'm not saying that's it for all quarterbacks, but I mean, as far as right now, college is closer to the NFL as it's ever been before. And we all recognize that now. So with that being said, and I think just like Greg Sankey said, SEC Media Day before Georgia played Alabama, one of these conferences is not like the other. So, with that being said, I think Jaden Daniels is the best quarterback on the draft board right now.
One of these conferences, one like the other, we should have had 2 people in the championship. But I digress.
I agree with you on that too. I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, because somebody got one SEC team got exposed in there. But anyway, let's go to the other. We got Ray Ellison in the house. What's going on, Ray? I'm not the father of these kids. Says,
oh wow,
I'm sorry, y'all can't go receiver again with the 8 pick.
Steve, something tells me he gets deductions from his check every 2 weeks.
I don't know, man.
Something's going on there. Something's going on.
Type of guy.
And it's not just tax.
Yeah.
That's a pretty clever title right there. Kivia is in the house. Our brother from Arizona, Falcon fan, always in the house. Appreciate you, brother, for joining us in here. Dre comes back and said it's the Vic effect. Y'all stuck on Vic. May is absolutely the best NFL quarterback in this draft. Now, I can't speak for other people, man. The Vic scenario, man, is long gone for me. I haven't thought about Vic as far as longing for him probably after year 2 or 3 of Matt Ryan, if I'm really honest. What do I love what he brought excitement wise and all of that? Yes. But as far as longing for Vic, I think that's pretty much over. We got looks like we got the first pick getting ready to come up. I don't think it's a shock. So it's not like breaking news on this. What do y'all think about what he's saying? That type of quarterback, that quarterback that we look for.
I'll disagree on that. Don't get me wrong. I mean, Vic is a legend, and just like any other fan base, people attach themselves to legends. It's just not the Falcons fan base who attach themselves to Vic. I mean, 30 years later, we still talk about prime time, So,
right.
But in regards to it being the Vic effect, one thing I think people have to realize is, again, like our money said, SEC, you got a guy who threw 40 touchdowns. And I think he only had 4 interceptions. What's that? Almost a 10-to-1 TD to interception ratio.
At least.
And he completed 73% of his passes and had about 4,000 passing yards. Now, not saying anything bad about Vic, but Vic didn't throw that ball like that in college. And I know the game is way different now, but this guy Jane Daniels can beat you with his arm if he needs to. He got a great arm.
Yeah.
And for those of you that think we're not paying attention to the draft, Caleb Williams, as expected, number 1 pick.
Number 1.
I would like to say shout out to whoever just put 1 zipper on his coat there. I don't know what that's supposed to be, if that's a modern thing or whatever. I'm not feeling the outfit, but you know what? He's gonna be able to buy many outfits as the number 1 pick overall in the draft. He seems like he might be on a lot of jump.
No, but I agree. I think the Vic effect. I think people. It's kind of a worn out argument now for me. I mean, and I can't stand it because I think fans pick players that Vic doesn't even resemble outside of his color. Yeah. Because Jaden Daniels, they're like I'm not gonna say they're total opposites because Jaden Daniels can't run the football, but he's not as electric as Vic was, and Vic couldn't throw the football like he could in college. So I think people use that as like like throwing jabs, but I mean it's cool. I just don't think that I haven't thought about, and Vic is my favorite Falcon of all time personally, but I don't want another Vic here. It's kind of like we've been through that already. We've been there, done that kind of thing. So, we've moved past that. I'm happy for Michael Vick. I'm happy he's doing well. I'm happy he gets his shows in. But, I just believe that, a lot of quarterbacks that's coming out now, they're trying to compare him to Vic. But the only one that you can compare Vic to Vic to right now is Lamar Jackson. I mean, he's the only one that really has that electrifying kind of run style that Michael Vick had, but he's in big arm, but he's the only one that I could think of, unless if somebody else has anything other in mind that reminds them of Michael Vick.
Yeah. I think the whole Vic issue for me is it's some of it is noise because it's not Vic the person or Vic the player. It's really what that caliber or type of athlete represents. Someone who can put the team on his shoulders when he needs to, like Vic did, say, in that Minnesota game. And literally win the game running off the field with a touchdown. And Jaden Daniels can do it with his legs and his arm. And so I don't think it's necessarily the Vic effect. It's we want a dynamic player. The days of the pocket passer, in my opinion, are limited, if not gone already. I mean, why wouldn't you want to have a 2-dimensional quarterback over a 1-dimensional quarterback? Not a run-first quarterback, which is a label I hear. Not a run-only quarterback. No, a quarterback who, if everybody's covered, can actually pick up 10 yards in the first down instead of throwing the ball away, or throw the ball away if that's the better option. It's a 2-dimensional option that I think we really need to embrace. And so it's not really about Michael Vick, even though Michael Vick did some dynamic things while he was here. Did he win a Super Bowl? No. Was he here for a very long time? No. But while he was here, he won. I studied Michael Vick for a little while, and he won. He didn't play every game. The problem was he was hurt, but he won when he was on the field. And so it's not about the Michael Vick effect. It's about we want a player who can actually be dynamic and win for us. And going through all the quarterbacks we've had over the last few years, including Matt Ryan's last few years here, through Mariota, through Ritter, we're starved. And so we want someone, if someone looks like weapons, let's do it. Sorry about that. I had to go in on that.
No, man. You're good, man. I thought we were going to have very few Ritter references today, but that's all right. I understand. I look, if y'all say his name, I'm going to put it out there. My brother Keem Richie is in the house. Want to acknowledge folks coming in. Our brother Frankie is here. My brother Dexter is in the house in here, and we got another super chat. I'm gonna throw up here real quick.
Appreciate you watching, and we love your super chat. Super chat. Super chat.
Y'all help me out.
Super chat. Super chat.
Thank you very much, Big Boy Brewski. Big Boy Brewski in the house. We appreciate you, brother. He said, hello, Unc, and everybody. Let's draft D-line, please. Yes, we appreciate you. Thank you for the support today, brother. We appreciate you coming in here. Jawan says game manager versus game changer in his Cam Newton voice. Lord have mercy. We're going to talk about him real quick. Our brother Dom is in the house. Another super chat in the house from him. You can get him on here as well. Uh-oh.
I can tell you how I feel about your super chat. How I feel about it.
That's Dom in the house.
I can tell
He
you
said, y'all
how
make sure y'all smash the like button for
your
Unc.
super chat. How I feel about it.
Ready for when you got the background tidy, I'm ready whenever you're ready. I'm ready for you to come in, man. You ain't gonna do the background?
I wish I could, man. I wish I could. I don't want to run off the viewers. I want them to stay.
Thank y'all for coming in here and joining us in here. Listen, Kirk Cousins. While we're on the subject of quarterbacks and Washington Commanders, we're gonna see who they're gonna pick. I don't think it's pretty much. I don't think it's a chance they'll get Drake May. I'm gonna see what the commissioner does. If it's Jaden Daniels, we just gonna keep marching on in here. Windy out there. Did y'all see Eminem make an appearance today?
I seen that.
Yeah,
I didn't see it.
That's Detroit trying to represent. See, that's why they need to have it in Atlanta. You could basically have a hip hop person. Jaden Daniels is the pick at number 2. You could basically have a hip hop person come out for every single pick in the first round if you brought it to Atlanta. They kind of owe us that after giving us Maroon 5 that particular day. Kirk Cousins, y'all.
I'll say
Go
this
ahead.
real quick, Steve. About
Go ahead.
No.
I
see some people in the comments, kind of getting on us about Jaden Daniels, but look at what the general managers and the talent scouts are doing. In the draft. That's the number 2 pick in the NFL draft.
That tidy and that tells it all right there. That's where they value him at.
Right.
That's
it's not like
where they value him at.
It's not like we the only people that had that opinion.
And the narrative.
Go ahead, Steve.
And the narrative is changing. So we had the pocket passer, then we had the mobile quarterback, then we had the running quarterback, then we have the run first quarterback. To say that running quarterbacks don't win is ridiculous, because while I would say that quarterback in Kansas City throws that ball around, when he needs to run, when his leg is hurt, he can run. He can run. It's not run first. It's he has that ability. And so you can't discount that. And so to say that, no, they aren't winning, well, they are winning. It's just that it's more efficient to throw the ball than to run the ball. But if they need to run the ball, they absolutely can.
I think, in my opinion, and I know, and I keep going back to Toddy because he and I over the years have had this conversation. I think people keep putting mobile quarterback in there and folks. The quarterbacks now are athletic, and to me, I think that's my best. Patrick Mahomes is not a mobile quarterback, but he can get out of the pocket if he needs to. Justin Herbert is not a mobile quarterback, but he can get out of the pocket if he needs to. Trevor Lawrence is not that guy. We're talking about an era where we were, and if y'all think about it, even as old school, Joe Montana, Steve Young, nobody was talking about them being mobile quarterbacks. But guess what? They probably were closer to a Mike Vick-ish type game than the Matt Ryans, Tom Brady's, Peyton Mannings of the world. And the success is written all over Joe Montana, Steve Young. And what you see in Patrick Mahomes right now is somebody that has the athleticism to improvise, has the athleticism to do more things with his feet. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to get the Mike Vick experience back. And I see the comments in here. I'm gonna go here. I can't avoid Mom. Mom says he may not have produced the numbers of a Lamar Jackson, but you cannot ever produce the natural Vick electric effect he brought the fans. That's great. But he didn't bring us past the NFC Championship game. And when I start thinking about that, I love what Mike Vick brought us, but I'm saying you need a good combination of both. Mike Vick could hardly throw an accurate ball until 6 years later when he got with Andy Reid.
Right.
Shout out to Simone Hand is in the house. How you doing? Said watching the draft. Rise up. Thank you for joining us. Dexter says all quarterbacks can get out of the pocket if they want to. Brady and Manning will run if they need to. Okay, let's not pretend. Come, Dexter, and you my guy. Come on, bro. Come on. If you're gonna sit here and say that Manning and Brady had Brady had in good shape, but Brady wasn't running out of the pocket if he did. Come, Dexter, come on. Y'all stretch it. y'all stretch it. Come on, Armani, help me out, man. These guys are stretching.
Yeah, they stretching it. I mean, anybody can run if they need to, but let's be honest for a second here. The only they just don't. Because that's not their game. And people misunderstand it's a play style. That is not Manning or Brady's play style to want to get out of the pocket. They might step up. I mean, they might run for a few yards here, but that might be the one of only 5 runs they do for that whole year. So I think people get it mixed up with the play style. That is not their play style. So you can't say, oh, well, anybody can run. Yeah, of course anybody can run. That's common sense. We know that, but that's just not their play style. The play style of level quarterback play now is athletic. If I want to run, I can run. If I want to pass, I can pass. And I have the ability to do so. I have the ability to go and get 10, 15 yards if need be. If nobody's there, everybody's guarding somebody, everybody's matched up with somebody. So, you can't really use that. That's not really a valid argument to me.
Well said.
I couldn't agree with you more. Couldn't agree with you more. Does anyone remember when Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl, I think it was a Super Bowl, when he had the injured leg?
Yes.
Yep.
And some would argue that he was able to pull off the win because of that play.
Yes. The last scramble.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the Patriots have their pick in, folks, and this is probably when things are going to start to get fun here.
Yes.
The Patriots take Drake May. So as pretty much most of the free world thought, the 3 quarterbacks are all gone. 1, 2, 3. Now you start getting into what's getting ready to happen. Are you going to have any trades up? Is anybody going to take a chance on jumping up and possibly maybe reaching for a quarterback? So before we get to those potential quarterbacks, let's go back to the Kirk Cousins, y'all. Kirk Cousins. There was a part of me that was looking, Steven, there was a part of me that was looking forward to this draft because I thought we may go up here and get one of these 3 guys right here. But we ended up getting Kirk Cousins, and we paid the price. That's what 7 and 10 teams do. Do you think at the end of the day, a matter of fact, I'm going to give you a better. On a scale of 1 to 10, in the Falcons situation, how do you like the decision we made to pay Kirk Cousins to come to Atlanta?
On a scale of 1 to 10, I would say a 3.
Okay. And talk to me. Talk to me. Tell me why.
If you listen to the narrative about Kirk Cousins, specifically last year, before he got hurt, he was having an MVP caliber season. Well, I said, great. But I fooled around and went back and watched those 8 games that he played. He threw for a lot of yards. I'm not going to lie. He did. But you know what? He had a lot of turnovers. He had 3 red zone turnovers at the most inopportune time. And it gives me like the feeling of sort of the promoting that was going on about Matt Ryan when he went to the Colts. I mean, he was having a celebratory, introduction, and everybody was talking about how they were going to the Super Bowl, and they had all these, vignettes on him. And while we haven't quite gone there with Kirk Cousins, we have to remember Kirk Cousins is 35, will be 36, coming off of an Achilles injury, which is why I want a quarterback, quite honestly. I like Kirk Cousins. He's a very likable person, but we can be friends. I'm not in his income range. Clearly, we could be friends, but as far as being our quarterback, I'm a little worried about that. And I'm not trying to count anybody's money, but I think with $100 million guaranteed, we always talk about the defense. We could have gotten a few more defensive players. The quarterback that I wanted, with respect to free agency, would have been Russell Wilson. Now, people say that Russell didn't want to come here, fine. But Russell Wilson was dirt cheap. And Russell Wilson was the only proven veteran that was available, technically, because he had won a Super Bowl and he had been to 2. And he actually looked good last year, too. And he and Kirk Cousins had the same touchdown ratio. And so I want Kirk Cousins to win. I got his jersey, I'm all in with him. But when I take my emotions out of it and I just think about it from a logical, from an objective perspective, I don't know. I want him to win. I want to win, but it concerns me. If I was a GM, I would have made Russell Wilson an offer he couldn't refuse, not money wise, but sweeten the deal. And I would have spent money on the defense.
Tidy, it's obvious that Steve won't be going to the Kirk Cole party with us later on in the year. But what are your thoughts as far as from 1 to 10? How do you like to move of Kirk Cousins to the Atlanta Falcons from on a scale of 1 to 10?
On a scale of 1 to 10, I'll give it a strong 7. Prior to getting him, he was not my first choice. He was not my second choice. But after, I guess I'll call it doing some soul searching with myself, I came to the conclusion that Terry Fontenot specifically, his back is kind of against the wall. Here we have a brand new general manager, a young general manager, who really doesn't have any noteworthy accomplishments on his resume. And as our former head coach so famously said once before, NFL, not for long. So when you're Terry Fontenot, you have 3 consecutive losing seasons on your resume as a first-time GM. I really don't think he felt like he had room to do the to work on a young quarterback who needs to be developed. I feel like he thought he needed a finished product. And I do understand that Kirk Cousins is older. He's coming off a major injury, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But, they showed him in workouts just the other day. And before that injury, he was a MVP candidate. And I'll just say this. I know the money looks bad in eyes of a lot of people, but as we all know, a good quality quarterback in today's NFL is not cheap. Right now, he's ranked 8th, the highest paid quarterback in average per year. This time next year, when we do this show next year, guys, he's probably won't even be in the top 10. So if he does come out, get us in the playoffs, you win 1 or 2 playoff games this year, you make it to the NFC Championship game next year, I think it's a win. And going back to the draft, we drafted 3 consecutive pass catchers in the draft. You got Kyle Pitts, you got Drake London, and then I'm going to call Bijan a pass catcher also, just based on the targets he got last year. So at this point in time, you needed a quarterback to get these guys the ball. And I think Kurt was the best available guy out there, even with the price tag.
Speaking of pass catchers, at number 4, Arizona expected to take Marvin Harrison. They did. Marvin
Mm-hmm.
Harrison is the number 4 pick, and he is playing for the Arizona Cardinals at this
Mm.
time. Pretty much
Mm.
everything is kind of going chalk from
Yep.
what
Man.
most of the folks are for all of the kind of maneuvering. Could the Atlanta Falcons be the first team to kind of make a move if they're really not happy at number 8? You see your buddy Marvin Harrison out here
Mhm.
looking nice in his little very glittered up little suit right there. Yes, I'm jealous. I can't do it. They can. I'm super jealous of these cats. But good move for Arizona. Good move having Kyler Murray there, and also a good move for another quarterback that's in Arizona.
I love that.
He's going to be able to throw to Marvin as well in practice. Armani, I'm gonna let you finish up the Kirk Cousins talk on that. As my buddy Jawan just said, the picks are coming in fast. If I'm not mistaken, I think did they change from 15 minutes to 10 minutes? Because it used to be 15 minutes, didn't it?
Like, no, it was 12, I think.
12. Okay.
Right.
Okay. So maybe that's what's going on. And Henri, what's going on, brother? Hadn't seen you in a while. How you feeling, brother? Good to see you. Go ahead, Amani.
So I'm gonna rate the Kirk Cousins signing probably a 4. I wasn't crazy about it neither because of the injury. But these doctors here nowadays with the technology, the way it's going on now, he has knock on wood, a low risk of re-injuring that Achilles. But people, I think it's the age for me. I don't know why the Falcons keep trying to put a Band-Aid over something that needs major surgery. At the quarterback position, we need major surgery. And I just don't think if you keep putting a Band-Aid over it and stitching it up, it's going to keep coming open and coming open. So, in my opinion, I did not like the Kirk Cousins signing, but I'm going to roll with him. He's our quarterback now, and I'm not disgruntled about the contract. He got a 4-year, $180 million deal with $100 million guaranteed. He'll be receiving $90 million in the 2024-2025 season, plus another $10 million in 2026. Yesterday's price, again, like Toddy always says, yesterday's price is not today's price. I'm sorry. And everybody, I don't know who's getting a raise this year because of inflation, but the NFL players are going to raise this because of inflation. So, that's just the mark. People need to understand, general economics. That is just the market we are in right now. That's what it is. It is what it is. You can't change it. You got to pay this guy because overall, from his play the last 2 years, he is a top 10 quarterback statistically. We cannot take that away from him. So with that being said, we had to get somebody in. And Terry Fontenot said it in his introductory press conference that they want to have their cake and eat it too. Mm-hmm. He said that from the get-go. Terry Fontenot has done everything that he said he was going to do. He has taken the best player available for us. I know that it's very team. Annoying. It depends on the team. But he has taken the best player available at every draft at that spot. And he said that's what he's going to do. He said that was Ozzie Newsome's formula, and that's going to be our formula. And that's how they won Super Bowls, and that's how I'm going to try to win Super Bowls here. So it's not a surprise to us that he took, Pitts at 4 and Drake London and Bijan. It's not a surprise because he's always told us best player available. He has not lied to us not one time, not once.
Not at all. I appreciate everyone joining us in the chat. We are getting the numbers up there pretty well. Thank you for joining us. If y'all don't mind when y'all come in, make sure y'all hit the like button on the channel. You have some great folks out here. Armani, who's usually running on Red and Rev's show on Saturdays. Tidy from AtlantaBirdGang, one of the biggest groups going on out there. And our brother Stephen J. Checkdown, more importantly from Douglas High School, but also a very good content creator in his own right. Let me get a couple more comments in here. I see my buddy Travis Preston in here saying we are taking Bo Nix. We're gonna drug test him real quick. Sean Davis is in the house. Sean, what's going on, family? Happy draft day. Got a niece alert in here. Amanda, she said, shout out to my actual Uncle Steve. She's correct. Hope we get a good pick. And while we are picking, invite Armani to the next barbecue. No, I'm not inviting Alabama. I'm not inviting Alabama fans to my barbecue. Oh, no, I'm just playing. You and I, we almost hooked up at one of the games. You tried, what game was that?
That was the, who did we play that I was there? The last home game of the season, we played, the one that Jesse Bates called a pick to seal the game.
Was it Panthers?
No, it was the last game of the season at home, and then we went on the road next week and got beat by Chicago.
Indianapolis.
Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Indianapolis.
And you got to make sure. Hopefully, you come down, brother. We got to hook up, man.
I'll be back. I'll definitely be back.
Please let me know when you come back. Doing stuff with CJ says, I don't know about the Kirk signing yet. I still need to see it on the field, but I will say it's his fault. We under investigation, so before game one, he already have us losing. New Sport Break is in the house. What's going on? He said, hey, gentlemen, absolutely great content. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. And Ashley Black is in the house. He said, okay, Amanda, I see what you did there. Shout out to my sister, Ashley, in the house. How you doing? Let me give my opinions real quick on as the Chargers get ready to make their pick. Their pick is in. Kirk Cousins, I'm kind of middle of the road with y'all. I'm kind of like at a 6 with that. Now, once he signs with the Falcons, I'm all in. Just like I was all in when they named this guy the starter.
I love that.
So as long as you represent the team, I'm going to be down, and that's what I am with Kurt. I think Armani kind of said it a little bit better as far as the Band-Aid is concerned. Like, get to your younger quarterback, and I know y'all going to say, well, you should have had Ritter. You had Ritter. But if you thought Ritter's capabilities, if your eye test told you that Desmond Ritter had some type of capabilities, then you need to go to the doctor that I'm going to for my very thick glasses, because he was not the one. I would have loved to go up here, see what someone wanted for one of these top 3 picks, and roll the dice as far as that was concerned. But I'm kind of with you guys. I would have rather spent that money on some more defense and get a younger guy that we can sit here and try to develop as far as quarterback is concerned with the Atlanta Falcons. The Chargers are making their pick, and they have Joe Alt, who's going a little bit higher.
First surprise.
Don't be surprised if it's Bowers. I think this is Bowers right here.
You with the Giants, the Giants are next on the clock.
Wow.
And man, that's a pretty big jump. Now I will tell y'all secretly, if he had made a mistake and failed to number 8, I would have kind of said anything else y'all were doing, knock it to the side, because I think we do need to get some future guys up there on the line. What's going on? I'm Vaughn. Good to see you in the house. Has anyone talked to On the Mark? No, I haven't talked to Marcus. I got to see what Marcus. Marcus, if you come through, make sure you let us know, brother. But Joe Alt was one of those guys that I was looking for, possibly to plug in over there where McGarry is on the right side.
Yeah.
That would have been lovely as far as that's concerned. But what do y'all think? Quick thoughts on the top 5 picks. Tidy, start with you. Any surprises, or is anything jumping out at you so far?
There's an old NBA playoff saying that I hear Charles Barkley say quite often. I hope I get it right. The series does not start until somebody wins on the road. I think that Joe Alt pick was somebody winning on the road, because I didn't have him in. I didn't see nobody having him in the top 5. So now we're gonna see what else happens that's gonna surprise us here in the top 10, and that's gonna really roll down somebody probably to the Falcons that we probably didn't think was gonna be there.
Right.
Yeah.
if we look at the board now, we have Neighbors, we have on Dunze, and you still have oh man, who am I leaving out real quick? I'm leaving out
Bowers,
some.
Brock.
Well, I don't know if people were thinking. I don't know.
Not for us.
We've already been down that road.
Yeah.
We have taken tight ends in the top 10 already. Falcons, listen, Jordan fans, I'm sorry, just not today. Not today.
And you know what, Armani? I'm with you. And I'm going to say this. Brock Bowers is one of my all-time favorite college players ever. Loved him in college. Huge Brock Bowers fan. But I'm like Armani. You can't do that again. You just can't do it again.
No.
I agree
you
with
got to
that.
develop Kyle Pitts at this point.
Yeah.
Coach's Corner in the house again, man. Appreciate you, Dre. Appreciate you coming in here. And
We're all right. We're all right. The birds are all right with me. Yeah.
The pick is in for New York.
This is Super Jet with Super Jet.
appreciate you, Dre. Thank you for coming in here. And he said, please don't ruin the pick so we can all enjoy it together. Yeah, if you can, we would appreciate that. If y'all, if you don't, we've done a good job of trying not to spoil. I know some of you are happy you have Twitter, and we're great. And probably some of us can see some of the stuff too, but we'll enjoy it together if we can. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, man. Point Game official says Brock would be a horrible pick. And it's not so much a horrible pick, but for us, I'm not sure that would be
Yeah, I agree.
pick, right? I think Brock is actually, I think he has the potential to be one of the better pass receivers coming out, but I'm just not sure the needs are coming in. The Giants, real quick, y'all, a lot of rumors about J.J. McCarthy, even though they have Daniel Jones on the team, that they're paying all this money. Any thought that could be something that the Giants do?
I've heard Brock Bowers and J.J. McCarthy for them.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure.
I'm gonna say Brock Bowers. I'm gonna say Brock Bowers to New York.
Really? Okay. You do need another pass catcher. That's for sure.
Because then they just trade away their tight end. What's his name?
Ingram.
Ingram.
Yeah, Ingram. Let's see who they got. No, they went Malik Neighbors.
Oh wow! That's not bad either, though.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
That's
a
not
good
a
pick
bad.
for him.
It's a good pick.
That's a really good pick right there. So Malik Neighbors goes to LSU. So there's one pick between Atlanta and Tennessee. Tennessee, I know they're going with Will Levis, so I don't think they're gonna be any surprises with quarterback for them. Any thoughts on what Tennessee might do? Armani, you any thought they go on Dunze to give a little bit more help on the other side of Hopkins?
You just took it out of my ear. You just took words out of my mouth. I think they're going to Doomsday, give Hopkins a little bit of relief. I know they have Trey.
They picked up Calvin Ridley too.
Oh yeah.
They do got Calvin Ridley.
I forgot about that. Good call.
Oh yeah, great call. So they might get a tight end.
Yeah, Brock Bowers may fit in there.
Yeah. Hopkins, Ridley, Brock Bowers, and you got Trey. I forgot. I cannot think of this kid's name. He was drafted 2 years ago.
Trey
Burks. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah,
Trey Burks. Traylon Burks. There we go.
Point Game says, honestly, I feel worse about Daniel Jones at quarterback than Kurt. So it's interesting you guys like them going wide receiver instead of quarterback. Yeah, I mean, look, it's the Giants, man. The Giants really haven't got that position right. They kind of lucked up with Eli Manning, and it's not like Eli is going to mistake you for like a Hall of Fame quarterback, even though he will probably go. But you know, that the Giants, I think you just made that investment too quick. If the Falcons, we paid this money for Kirk Cousins. The difference is Kirk Cousins is 35, 36. Daniel Jones is still what, 27, 27, 28, or something like that.
They did what every stockholder does when the stock market is about to crash. Selling in. That's what the Giants did. Perfect example, because they saw the quarterback market. They said, oh, no, we don't think so. Let's go ahead and get this dude in on a long-term contract now, because it's going to keep going and going and going and going. So I think that I think that's why they did that. But it was a panic. To me, it was a panic move. I want to give Danny Dimes a long-term contract.
Yeah,
that makes sense. You got a couple of people thinking about Brock Bowers going to Tennessee as well. But did Tennessee have a tight end? Do they have a tight end?
I don't.
I guess. I mean, I'm sorry, folks. I don't keep up with Tennessee as much. My bad. But I mean, Brock Bowers makes sense with any team. Let's not pretend like he's not a talent. But I mean, I just, you didn't see a lot of people mocking him for the top 10. So it would be kind of interesting to see where they go. The Falcons are coming up, folks. Any thought, since everything has kind of, at least the players have kind of gone in the direction. I mean, Alt was probably thought 7 or 8. I mean, 6 or 7. But any thought that the Falcons could do something now with them being one pick away? Or everybody saying we staying?
They could, because they could make a trade once they get on them. Once they start receiving those phone calls, they start going off. They might take a good pick, because they want, again, the Rams want to come up. I think Minnesota wants to come up. You got a few people that want to come up and get their guy. And I think if we go back, we can still get whoever they have in mind. So I mean, it's a possibility, but then again, they could stay put and still and get the guy that they really want. They might not chance it. So I think it's a good chance that they could go back.
Everybody, just a reminder here in when we do our annual draft, we have our toast to our new player. Y'all make sure y'all get your drinks nearby, whatever drinks you may. What are we drinking today, Ty? We go by what drinks. If y'all got a drink next to you, y'all put it in the chat. Ty, what you drinking over there, sir? I know it's too early for Mad Dog. What you got?
You right about that, and I'm too old for Mad Dog. I got some Eagle Rare, Steve.
Eagle Rare. Okay.
Eagle Rare.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Steven, what you got down there?
I'm gonna go grab my drink in just a moment.
That is no problem. So as he goes and get his milk, Armani, what do you think you're gonna have?
No, same. I mean, I don't really have a drink, but I'll probably go get one. I got a little something over there, so I'll probably go get me one.
Get y'all something before we're down here. I'm down here with my lovely wife, Ira. We're chilling down here. Because it's the weekday and because it's only Thursday, we're gonna have a little bit of Welch's Sparkling Grape. So we're gonna do that, and that'll be our drink. Everyone, as y'all coming in, but we don't judge. Y'all go ahead and get what you got. My brother Joseph says he's gonna get him some Simply Lemonade. Coach's Corner says Vanilla Crown Royal. I say somebody was talking about that earlier as far as that was concerned. News Sports HBCU says Ice Cold Red Stripe. He said ice cold.
That's that
Latoya going in. She says she's gonna get her some salted caramel crown. She got money, so she get the good stuff. Doing stuff with CJ says Jim Beam, 7-year-old. But with Coke, ATL LAX says hot raspberry and green tea in my huge Dollar Tree mug. Jawan said he going simple. It's a Deer Park with a splash of lime. That's how you do it. Andre said he got some bourbon, 162 proof.
162. Ooh, that's ethanol. You can start your lawnmower with that.
Look. He better hope nothing flammable near him. Ray said he got some Blackberry Crown Royal. Henri says I'm drinking Alizé, aka Thug Passion. Boy, I'll tell you, some of them, some Alizé days I can't even start to talk about. Greg says he got some Jose tequila. He got his. David Starks got some Johnny Walker Black, and Antonio keeping it simple. He said he just got shine. He got shine.
He probably got that from Hawkinsville, Georgia.
Oh man. So y'all, everybody go, and you know what? Mom's gonna join in. Mom said she got some Crown Royal Blackberry whiskey lemonade.
Love it, Mama Johnson.
Man, see, y'all wonder how I was born. So
ring the bell for that. She gonna get you, Steve.
Oh man, she get me all the time. What's the difference? Henri say he's lying. He got some grape crush. Oh man, good. Strictly Evo J says Don Julio. There you go. All right. Y'all going deep. Greg said some Crown Peach with lemonade. Ray says Mama Johnson got great taste. She always has. Brian Nelson going Corona. Okay, folks, we got this. Sean said he just got some Kool-Aid. All right, the number 8 pick in the house for Tennessee. Tennessee is going with J.C. Latham. Offensive tackle out of Bama. So Armani, shout out to the Alabama Crimson Tide jumping ship because they know they going down like the Titanic, and he is getting drafted at number 7. Give me a little small synopsis of what J.C. Latham is at Alabama. I'm sure you could tell us, Armani.
I mean, he's a bully, man. I mean, on that line, he's a dog. I mean, he is mean. You know, he gets up in you. He can pancake you. He's good in pass protection as well. But I mean, his strength is the run blocking. He is that dude. Great hand placement. You know, great feet. I mean, they're getting a heck of a player on that line. He is straight dog.
6'5", 342. That's pretty good. Got some more drinks in here. That Hal says Little Crown Apple over here. Folks, we got the pick coming up, man. Last chance for changes. 3 minutes, 52 seconds for the Falcons. Do we go back-to-back Alabama in the draft, folks, or are we sticking to our guns? I'm sticking with mine. What y'all got?
If we don't trade, I'm gonna say Dallas Turner. But I if we trade, I'm gonna say Latu. But I'm gonna say Dallas Turner if we stay at 8.
Well, the pick is in. So if the pick is in, I
quick.
don't think that's gonna be a trade. So I think I'm gonna stick with, again, if y'all don't mind in the chat, hold tight in the chat if y'all don't mind. On the pick, Kivia says Crown Royal Black, as far as that's concerned. Hal says Turner time. So we'll see what they're going to do. Atlanta Falcons, I think we're going to actually have somebody on our team named Dallas, which is going to be interesting. They're showing the Falcons draft room right now. The only thing I hate about that is the last time I saw them got excited in the draft room, somebody else came out of there.
I love Deadspin.
So I'm a little skeptical when I see Terry Fontenot walking around glad-handed folks. All right, I got my drink here. Everybody get their drinks, folks. We're gonna toast this pick right after it's made. Y'all hang in there.
Looking at chat.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's see. Let's see how it go. Anthony White in the house. What's up, Anthony? Thank y'all for joining us. I see a lot of the traffic is coming up in here right after we made this. Right after we made this pick. So I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for joining us here in Uncle Steve's Lounge as we all learn together what the Falcons are gonna do in here.
Wow.
So yeah, we about to see.
Nervous, man.
Is I see my buddy Alberto is trying to call me right now. I see you, Berto. Right quick, let me see what the Falcons gonna do, and I'm gonna get back to you in a second. JJ McCarthy looked like he is looking, and I don't even know who that is. I don't know why they showing Michael Penix Jr. on camera, but I don't see anybody. I don't see anybody reacting, so I think we might be out of the woods on that. So let's see. Michael Penix kind of got some cheaper stuff on, so he might not be in that level yet.
That might be a good thing if he come here, Steve. He may be conservative. It's focused.
This is true. This is true. Well, then he gonna come here to K&G and then spend all his money. So
man,
let's see how we go. Let's see how Terry is coming in. Got the Falcon fans. They showing some people. I'm trying to see if I see Lisa Shepard out there. You know, she's usually somebody who is out there in the house. The pick is in. We are waiting. And man, oh man, if I'm is this one of those makeups?
Suspense.
Suspense is here. We are waiting for our buddy to come out to the stage. Come on, Mr.
Here he comes.
Commissioner. He is out here. I did not see them bring out Big Boy to have the pick.
Why go Dale Walker so slow with our pick? Come on,
I know, man. I know.
Like he's surprised or something. Who we got?
All right. Here is Goodell with the pick, and the pick for the Atlanta Falcons is Michael Penix Jr.
Wow!
Atlanta Falcons.
Wow!
Yeah.
Goodness.
I love it.
Wow!
I love it.
Love it.
A toast to Michael Penix Jr. Oh my
Man.
Hold on, baby. Can you replace this with the liquor? Can you?
Yeah, Steve don't go make no babies tonight.
No, hey, fellas, toast to Michael Penix Jr.
Wow!
Yes.
Cheers, guys.
Man!
Cheers, everybody. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers! Wow!
Let me tell you something.
Wow!
You are not going to have me upset at this at all. It is very up a makeup call for 2021. I feel like this is Tidy. I'm gonna have to start with you because again, look, I'm sorry, fellas.
Wow!
We dealt with the disappointment of 21.
That is great.
Talk to me, Tidy. Talk to me, brother. What we got? I'm gonna run through the comments as you talking, brother. Talk to me.
All right, Steve. This is, I think, our fifth show, and our last few shows we've been kind of screw faced at this point. But Steve, I'm elated. I'm happy. I think it was a great, smart pick because before about 30 minutes ago we started talking about succession plans, and now it's probably a good time to pick a quarterback. Steven mentioned it also. Like, look, hey, you're probably not going to be at 8 for a good amount of time. So you better buy that car while it's on sale. And, man, and I feel like that's what we did. Now you have a young quarterback who has the opportunity to sit behind a veteran and learn. He ain't gonna be rushed to the wolves. You know, he's probably gonna be able to sit probably at least 1.5 years. And Ian Rappaport came on right before the draft started. He was like, "Look, Arthur Blank has been at this draft talking about a succession plan, and they've been talking about Michael Penix Jr." So kudos to the Falcons. I think it was a smart pick, and I love the idea of not throwing this quarterback in the fire for at least 20, 24, 25, 26 games. So I'm elated, guys. I'm happy for once in the first round. I love it.
I mean, I'm happy too. That might be better than my Turner pick. I mean, my goodness. I did not think that the Falcons were going to pull the trigger on Michael. And I like Michael Penix Jr. When I saw him playing all year, man, that was a great pick. It's going to be a great investment for the Falcons. I'm excited. This is it because I didn't expect it. I definitely didn't expect this, but that was impressive. And I'm happy. That's impressive.
Me too.
Steve?
I couldn't be happy. I'm ecstatic. That's what I wanted. I wanted Michael Penix Jr. I really wanted him, man, and we got him. I mean, if you just watch the man play, he can rip that ball around. And I really like his passion. You see the letter that he wrote, that he penned a few days ago?
I missed
telling
it.
everybody to get off his back.
Yeah.
That he's an athlete, that he can get out of the pocket, that he can throw. Don't count him out. Yeah, I like Michael Penix Jr. That was the right pick, man. It was the right
I
pick.
think so. And if y'all remember Raheem Morris and Fontenot, you know, they went out there and they went to their private workout, and in the media they talked about it, but they didn't really talk about it. You know, they had all the big wigs out there. So I'm elated, y'all. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm a happy fan tonight.
And I see everybody all on Twitter. Everybody's kind of upset, but I tell people all the time, you get your guy when you can and let him sit and learn. Look how it worked out for Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'm very surprised, but I'm not mad. Again, we're talking about, for those who, and Roma Duze goes to Chicago, so another target for Caleb Williams to have. If we go back to Atlanta, folks, there needs to be a succession plan. If it's anything we learned from the last couple of years with having Desmond Ridder, Marcus Mariota, that you have to have a succession plan. They probably screwed that up. Let me ask you a question, y'all. Is this a message to Arthur Smith from Terry Fontenot to say, this is what I was trying to tell you last time?
It could be.
Possibly so.
It could be.
When you had that chance.
Yeah. And Steve, I'm going to give you some credit. You was really the first person during the football season to say, look, I know y'all keep talking about them injuries, but I like Penix Jr. You was the first person, Steve, and I remember people was like, quarterback with, like Penix Jr. Like, come on, Steve, you ain't gonna get nobody in the first round with them injuries. But you was like, hey, my opinion. So I'm gonna give you your props. You were really the first person that I heard talk about Penix.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that, and I didn't want to bring that up, but I'm glad
I'll give you your flowers.
Brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up. And folks, it's about now, but it's also about the future. But and if you think for 1 minute that we're going to ignore defense, we're not. If you think for 1 minute we're done with getting folks, we're not. I think this is going to be a good move for Atlanta, and it's going to pay dividends by 2026. I think that's when you start looking at things like that. Barbara, and I know those of you who regularly watch and those of you who regularly, I did kind of say that. I was not concerned about the injuries. Folks, I was looking at what this guy was doing in chopping up these folks in college. When he was healthy, the stuff he was doing, yes, he ran into a buzzsaw at Michigan, but at the same time, he was really doing this thing during the year. I gotta ask, how far off the grid was this for folks? Was this something that, because I could have seen maybe if they traded back, I would not have thought they would have made the move this high. What do y'all think? And I'm gonna tell you right now too, before y'all answer, every prognosticator is gonna give Atlanta a D or a F in the draft tomorrow. Watch and see. Watch and see.
Steve, let me ask the panel this also. This just popped in my head. Do y'all think, and maybe he didn't, but I know Deion Sanders, I think it was late yesterday, he went on Twitter and he was very critical of people's analysis opinions. Do y'all think he heard anything?
Ooh. You know, I saw that same comment, Tidy, and I promise you, when I saw that, I said, Deion trying to push the issue. Deion trying to push. Now, he can't. Next, he's already set it up for his boys, but now he set it up for those guys for Penix this year. And you're absolutely right. I'm gonna get one these super chats out of the way. Our brother Juan is in the house. Juan said, I called it. I said they would take a quarterback at number 8. Dre is back in. Dre says, what did I tell you all? Although I hate this pick, there's no way you don't take a quarterback at 8 when you have no idea when you'll be in the top 10 again. I can feel you on that, Dre. This is crazy, y'all. This is absolutely crazy. The Falcons have taken a quarterback at number 8. I am really shocked. And it's a good.
And again, it's a great pick. I mean, I don't care what they give us, what grade they give us. When you in a top 10 position, you have to get your guy for the franchise for the long term. You got to understand, it's a long-term investment. People probably thought they were crazy with Kansas City for going on and getting Patrick Mahomes.
That's true.
So
That's true.
I'm just saying.
Very similar situation too, Armani. When you talk about Alex Smith was winning. I mean, the difference here with Atlanta, Alex Smith was in the divisional playoff the year before.
Yep.
And they took Patrick Mahomes and said, you know what? I see you, Alex, but we got to look out for 2 or 3 years down the line. And I love it. I love the move. I love the fact that they went against the grain, which probably a lot of people thought, and said, let's do this. I'm gonna, since the 4 of us are in here, and I know my brother Dre is ready to jump in here and give his opinion. I'm gonna bring a couple of guests in here. I'm gonna give y'all a couple of minutes. I'm gonna put the chat in here. I mean the link in here, and we're gonna give y'all about a minute and a half to express yourself. I'm gonna bring y'all in one at a time, so please be patient. You got plenty of time. We're not going anywhere. So if y'all want to come in and give your opinion on the pick while we finish our drinking up here. I see my buddy Frank is in the house. And big bro, I love this pick. We are thinking about the future for once. I agree. Wilt says, ain't no way we think this is a good pick. And you're gonna get, I think this is gonna be one of those extremes. You're either gonna love this or hate this. What's going on, Stephon? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us here in Uncle Steve's Lounge. I think you're either going to love it or hate this pick. That I don't think this is going to be one that you're going to get a universal thought on. Let me bring my brother David in the house. David, what's going on, brother?
What's happening, fellas? What's happening, David?
Going on?
David,
hey,
you the first on the clock, brother. Tell me what you're thinking.
8 I thought was a little rich, but you want to know something? Like I said, Steve, I'm not upset about this at all. Okay? Kid's got elite ball placement. Kid also is a quick processor and it has a quick release, which is going to make him very hard to sack. The only and the thing about it is this here. Now this PFF, this 4th ranked PFF graded offensive line is going to have to earn their money and keep this kid upright.
Right.
So
right.
So I am not upset with this one bit. I like this pick. Okay. It's really the first one I've liked in a good while here.
There is not, I don't think, David, you're not gonna have a lot of people that's ready to look for the future on a team that's lost what was this 5 years in a row. You're not gonna have the patience of folks to talk about somebody in the future. But that's what this move is. This is a move that is securing the future for the Atlanta Falcons. And there's no guarantee that Shedeur Sanders, I'm assuming Carson Beck,
and really, that's who I got as the number 1 quarterback next year, Beck.
Right. And it wouldn't surprise me. That would not shock me at all if any of those players, the Vikings, matter of fact, sorry, the Vikings did move up to number 10, folks, in the draft, and I would be shocked if they did not take JJ McCarthy and make this a 5 out of 10 sweep in this top 10. That would not shock me at all. And looks like tell you 1 second, they're gonna do that. But yeah, David, I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked at all that the Falcons did this for their future. Good move for me. I'm not gonna be as bent and turned.
I like it because I was like you. I like Penix Jr. too.
Right.
I loved his ball placement watching him at Washington.
So somebody got their TV up. You need to mute your TV.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to turn the TV down just a little bit so we don't get the copyright things. They are being hard. JJ McCarthy rounds out the top 10 picks and makes it 5 out of 10 quarterbacks
going in the first round.
So listen, everybody can be critical, but this is something that is undeniable. And I've said this hundreds, thousands of times on any stream, and y'all know it already. Quarterback is the most important position in North American sports. And you got to have a quarterback.
Or you're not going to win.
It ain't gonna hurt to have two.
Right.
So so that's what we gonna go. But David, I'm gonna bring some other folks back in here, brother. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for coming in for me, David. And we gonna catch you later on down the line, my friend.
Yes, sir.
All right,
later on, fellas.
Thank you, David. I appreciate you coming in.
Take care, brother.
Listen, this is gonna be one of those moves that, Steven, I think this is gonna test the fandom of the Atlanta Falcons fan base. This is gonna test.
I couldn't agree with you.
We gonna have some more. We gonna have some Matt Ryan style criticism of this pick.
Definitely.
I mean, the fans that want to be here are gonna be here. You know, they don't want to be here. Hey, we ain't trying to keep nobody in.
No. If this pick affects your fandom, all right, then we'll holler at you.
Right.
Yeah.
And honestly, when you think about it, echoing what Steve just said, we needed a quarterback. We have a quarterback that's going to be 36 years old. Hopefully he can do great things for us over the next 2 years. But then we'd be back to square one with a better record and a poor draft pick.
Yeah, that pick was so amazing. It knocked me off the screen. So I'm sorry. Let me get my buddy in here who already has my new sounder. I love him in here, and that's my buddy Travis in the house. What's going on, Travis? Tell me what you're thinking, brother.
I love Penix. I'm gonna tell y'all that, man. I appreciate y'all letting me on. When I was going to work that morning, I was on 75, and the morning shift on 92.9, they were like, who would you take and who would be your least favorite pick? Everybody that was on the call before me said quarterback. I said right then, I said they asking for it. Because you got to look at it. Like they were saying, Curtis 36, man, he coming off an Achilles injury.
Yeah.
I know my Achilles probably won't heal that fast. So I know his is not. I mean, at 36, 2 years, we back at square one like we was with Matt a couple of years ago. What you gonna do then? So it may not be the most popular pick, but it was a good pick in my opinion. Cause who else you gonna take? Who else would you trust is passing the baton to? You don't know if you're gonna be top 10 next year. Cause I'm pretty sure ain't none of us hoping that the Falcons are top 10 next year.
Right.
So you gotta go ahead and grab it while it's there. I know it, like I said, it might not be the most popular choice, but I think it's a logical choice. You're looking towards the future. You're not looking at, okay, what can he bring right now? And who knows? We don't know how Curtis progressing with that Achilles. And who knows? Michael Penny may jump in there this year and showing what we got. So, hey, I'm along for the ride, man.
I was just about to say that. Could this be Russell Wilson? Could it be Russell Wilson for us?
Look, I will tell you this. This is gonna be, if we see Michael Penix playing anytime this year, I'm concerned, because that's a lot. That's a huge investment for us to make if you're going to get Michael Penix on the field that quick. That's me. As much as I would love to see it.
But at the time, you got to think about it, Steve. Matt Flynn was a huge investment for the Seahawks at the time.
That's true. That's true.
That was a huge investment, and Russ beat him out.
I get what you're saying, but it was nowhere near.
That was a little.
I know. I know Russ was a third round pick.
No. I mean, no. I'm talking about the money.
Right.
The money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
that was a little bit.
I mean, what was it? It was what 10, 11 years ago.
I think it was like 42 million or something like that. I think.
Yeah, that was 2012.
I think it was north of 30.
Yeah, 2012.
That was his rookie year. Was the year he beat him out. It was the year that they almost beat us.
Almost beat us in the divisional round.
All right, it was. I'm looking at it now, y'all. It was a 3-year, $20 million deal. So it don't even compare.
Which back then, though, back then, in fairness, that was a lot of money.
And he was a bad.
Yeah, he was not the guy. But yeah, I get what people. I get it. I still don't think it's just from a standpoint of Matt Flynn was not a big time starting quarterback. Matter of fact, Matt Flynn, if you remember, came in a few games. Yeah, he was. He came in a few games and he got in a few games. Right. And he based that off of that's what they based him giving that contract off of. I am looking at some of the comments in here, y'all. It really is either feast or famine. There's some people saying they like it. So we'll see.
You want to read some comment, probably go to Atlanta Twitter page.
Now, I don't know how true this is, but I can't believe that's true. I'm not the father of the kids. He got to be kids. He said Penix is getting traded to the Raiders per Ian.
I saw that comment and I went directly to Ian's Twitter. I haven't seen that anywhere.
Yeah, he was
not on his Twitter.
Ian would put that out.
Yeah, we're gonna have to find him, Steve, and make him pay that child support on time this month.
Aside of you not taking care of them kids, we're gonna have to put you in timeout.
That's funny. That is hilarious.
Hell of a job. But yeah, man, this is I think this is truly a moment that I'm a little speechless, y'all.
Feeling good.
Quiz says I tried to tell Rise Up, Penix starting by the Vegas game. Meet you there. Nah. Listen, if Penix is starting by the Vegas game, then this was a foolish move to sign. See, this is my deal. The only reason I disagree now with the Kirk Cousins signing, because if this was your plan all along, I would have rather you brought Russell Wilson in. I would have rather you brought, I know y'all gonna say that, but Jacoby Brissett in. I would have rather you brought somebody in that you're not giving the whole house to. Right. You know what I mean?
Right.
We've invested a lot of money here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Super chat right here. I'm gonna have to give it its PG rating for our brother Rusty. But you know I got you, Rusty. Rusty's in the house. He says, "More I think of it, the more I flow with it." Kurt is 36 off of Achilles. ACL scares me, but he got a howitzer for an arm. Glad it wasn't Turner or Latu. And let's talk about that, y'all. We haven't seen Turner or Latu even come off the board yet. So did the Falcons and other teams know something?
Right.
Did they know something that everybody else didn't know?
Right.
Turner's not even top 10 or top 12 right now.
Yeah. Or it could have been like it's the case with a lot of times in the drafts. Maybe fans and the so-called experts overrated these guys and just sold them to us, and the real GMs and talent evaluators like, okay, y'all do what y'all do, but we're gonna show y'all on draft night.
Yeah. I saw some questions about Turner myself. They had some questions on Turner's skill set and whether he was truly NFL ready. I saw some reports on that myself.
Me too.
Yeah, Rush Patterson said the Falcons posted Penix on their Twitter as the future. So I'm gonna ask Armani, these overrated Alabama players. I mean, what's up? Why couldn't we get these I mean, come on, bro.
I mean, if you want to go there, I mean, one of the greatest players of Falcon history is from that school. So, hey, if not the greatest player in Falcons history, I'm just putting it out there. You know, I'm just saying. I mean, am I lying though? I mean, I'm just saying.
You're right. Old school foot, you got a point.
Yeah, we gotta get an APB out for him.
Old school.
Roddy went there too, right? Didn't Roddy go there?
No, he went to UAB.
Okay.
UAB.
Hey,
Juan says people mad like Dallas Turner was Hutchinson or Will Anderson. He's right. Latoya says, why are so many people she says, why are so many people shocked and mad? Kurt will want more than 2 years. He will play his butt off to keep Penix at bay. Competition. This is what they should have done with Ryan and drafted Field. You know why they're surprised, Latoya? Because they didn't do that last time. And I think people were just shocked. Look at this. 6 out of the first 12 picks quarterback. Bo Nix goes number 12. So look, I was listening to Thomas Dimitrov. And I don't know if y'all here in Atlanta. Thomas Dimitrov was on 92.9 The Game on the show with State Shapiro. Thomas Dimitrov said all of the quarterbacks are gonna go high. He said they're gonna be 5 to 6 in the top 10.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas Dimitrov might not be able to pick up any lower end draft picks to save his life, but he must know something. Go back on the Odyssey app and listen to 92.9 and he said, this is a really good quarterback class. Maybe that's the reason why you got all these guys up out of here. Folks, you're not going to win without a quarter. And I'm going to go back, son. I know I'm just rattling, so y'all forgive me. Look at the landscape of the NFL right now as far as the quarterback position is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
If you really only think about it, there are about 10 teams that have quarterbacks that they can say, okay, I can see you in 2 years here. They're not a lot. And most of them are in the AFC. If you think about the NFC right now, the NFC is for who's the starting NFC quarterback right now? The Pro Bowl was the Pro Bowl. Who's the starting NFC quarterback right now? The pause y'all giving me for these first couple of seconds,
Kirk Cousins
is dude.
Why you laughing, Tidy? I mean,
yeah.
Why you laughing? Yeah, I mean,
think about it. Think about it. There are so when you look at these teams, the Washingtons, the Atlantas, the Minnesotas, they're going out there right now because Chicago, there aren't a lot of quarterbacks out there right now. How much development are you going to give Desmond Ridder? How much time do you have to wait for Justin Fields? How much time are you going to give Bryce Young? I mean, it's another Alabama product. How much time are you going to give these guys to develop? So, folks, it's. I mean, anybody thoughts? I mean, am I off base?
No. My thing is this here. I mean, yeah, you in today's game this is not the 2000s. You're not going to be able to win with the 2000 Ravens defense. It's just that's not the game today. The game today is about points. The game today is about offense. You have to have a quarterback to win football games. And on the side note about Bo Nix, now they said I've been hearing all draft long, all these weeks up leading to the draft. They say Sean Payton was in love with him. Now, as much as we hate him, he is a hell of a talent.
Bowers is a Raider.
As much as we hate
going
him,
to the Raiders.
Bowers to the Raiders, okay. As much as we hate him, he is a hell of a talent evaluator because Andy Reid did it. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, Andy Reid did us a real big favor because if he hadn't went and snatched up number 15, Sean Payton was gonna draft him.
oh
And that's
wow,
the last thing.
Bowers to the Raiders. Wow.
Yeah.
And that would have been the last thing we need to see in this division.
I'm gonna mention the University of Georgia's on the clock. I mean, just got picked. Brock Bowers, tight end, is going to the Raiders. My only question is, who's gonna throw to him?
I was just about to ask the same question. I was just about to ask the same question.
That's my only. That's the only
Talk to me
thing.
day two. Talk to me day two. Aiden O'Connell is not it.
They're probably following our
something.
blueprint that we did when we took Kyle Pitts, in the first round. Maybe
Yeah,
get their
right.
quarterback 2 or 3 years from now.
Look where that got us. Anyway,
Let me tell y'all who is pressing his suit right now because he didn't think he might be on day 2. Spencer Rattler is at the cleaners right now saying, "Oh dang, everybody else is off the clock. Let me press my." Let me press my suit because I might be up next.
Right.
Because left? Who's left now? You got Spencer Rattler,
Jordan Travis,
and nobody was thinking Jordan Travis.
Rattler, the kid out of Tulane Pratt.
Yeah.
man, I'm so
I
glad
mean-
Bowers is gone.
Then they got Slovis who I don't know why they got Slovis in the top 10 because he busted out of SC.
Yeah. I look, quarterback. This is, man, let me tell you something. This class is going to be so scrutinized in about 2 or 3 years.
Mhm.
Think about how much they dissected the 21 class as look, 4 out of the 5 guys have been traded already out of those top quarterbacks. This is probably, if you think about, when is the last draft that you guys have seen this many quarterbacks go this high? Toddy, I can't remember 6 in the first 12.
Ain't
That's
never
a-
I
been
haven't
6 in the
seen
first
this
12.
in a long, if ever.
This is the first. They just reported it. This is the first time ever. This is the first time ever. They just reported on ESPN.
Wow.
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 86 in the first round, but in the first 12, no. It just shows everybody how the game has changed today.
Oh, the Saints finna get Dallas Turner. Doggone it.
So you're gonna have to root for the Saints now? Is that what you're saying?
I rather. Hey, no, I rather.
Steven, when you start thinking about now, as we turn the page to tomorrow, with the second round pick, I guess there's no doubt that you're gonna get somebody on defense, or are we still are we? I don't know. Are we tempted to do something weird and get another offensive weapon? I don't know. What are your thoughts now after today's surprising? I don't even want to say shocking. It's not a bad. It is a need still. It's not like the Falcons don't have a need at quarterback. For those of you just that are hung up on how high, we needed a quarterback. But Steven, right now, what do you think the focus would be as far as tomorrow for round 2?
I think one thing we have to keep in mind is that Arthur Blank wants to win now for obvious reasons. And I think that sort of explains, Steve, what you were saying not too long ago tonight about, we really don't want to see Penix on the field this year. Well, I think Arthur Blank is like, okay, maybe we can win a Super Bowl with Kirk Cousins, but we're still getting our quarterback. We're not going to be in that purgatory situation where Kirk Cousins comes in and he plays and then he's gone. And then we're back in the quarterback search. And so with that being said, we might get an offensive player tomorrow. We might. I think whatever's going to help us win right now is where we're going. I really do, because we didn't go there tonight. We didn't go there tonight. We went there for the future tonight. And so, it's kind of hard to say. But when I think about Arthur Blank wanting to win right now, because he may not have as many years as some of us have left, and nobody knows how much longer they have left. But in all honesty, I think we may pick someone who can really help us compete. Now, who is that? I mean, it seems like we have so many offensive weapons. So I would think that we don't need any playmakers. But then again, I don't know how they're thinking. To me, the smart move would be, let's shore up the defense a little bit more. Let's get some more defensive players. But we'll just have to wait and see.
Just wanted clarification on that. That was Stephen Alford that had the pre-eulogy for Arthur Blank, not Stephen Johnson. Not me, just to make sure they were.
Hey, everybody's heard it before.
After 70, at that point you're really on ball time.
No, all kidding aside, that's a very valid point, man. Arthur Smith is not. He wants to see this thing come to fruition, and I think being able to almost taste it in 2000 in February of 17, I think he wants that feeling back, like all other fans. Which is the craziest thing when I hear people that Arthur Blank doesn't care. Arthur Blank, and get a life. Dude spending billions of dollars on a team to do it, and you saying he doesn't care is the most ridiculous statement that I've ever heard anybody say. So I just don't buy into that. Tidy, day 2. What's your thought direction for the Falcons? I would think it would be defense, right?
Yeah, but my position may surprise the panel and the people that's watching. I'm gonna say cornerback.
Okay. No,
Cornerback.
I don't. That's a need.
Go with it.
That's a need.
Yeah.
That's. I mean, that's a need. There were 3 positions that I think you came into this draft when you start talking about the Falcons. You needed an edge rusher, you needed a cornerback on the other side, and you needed a quarterback for the future. Everything else that we were talking about would just have been nice to have, but you need a quarterback. AJ, I still think, contrary to belief, I do think they're going to re-sign AJ, and I think that'll get done this summer. I really do think so. But, yeah, cornerback is definitely something that you're going to look for. Armani, we're running out of Alabama players. What other players do you think, second round, do you think we're going to go for that don't hail from what's the name of Alabama? What is this? Dixie State? What is Alabama's nickname?
What you mean?
I don't know.
Yeah.
So what do you think day 2? Defense?
I think we're gonna go defense. I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, because we got to go defense, and we got to get the pass rusher thing right. And don't quote me on this, but I think Atlanta's gonna try and work something out and get something done tonight to get back into this first round for some.
I agree.
I have this feeling like Atlanta is gonna be like, you know what? In the words of Tidy, F them picks, we are gonna go back in the first round and get a pass rusher. I just got this feeling.
Wow.
I really do.
Wow. That's hey man. That would be good. The Saints did not pick. Now we're gonna have what we call the Dallas Turner watch, because as he falls, like as he falls down worse than he has not been picked yet. Wow.
All right, really that's good. Enough. Hey, that's enough now. I'll let you get away with enough. All right, that's enough.
And Johnson says something that could be interesting, fellas. I don't think Kirk is as healthy as we think.
Well, $80 million, he damn well better be.
No, that's right, Trav.
Yeah, I was thinking to say, yeah. Somebody said
Stu said he was limping up to that initial press. But Stu said he was limping.
They say he was limping because he still had that little boot on or whatever.
Yeah.
Well,
he's still rehabbing. I mean, he's not 100% right now. I mean,
he's rehabbing, and you got to remember, folks, this is just the beginning of May. Hey, look, he's got a long way to go. You got long way. I doubt if you see him do any series. I don't think you're gonna see him in the. You might see him in training camp, but even in training camp, I don't think you're gonna see a lot. You're definitely not gonna see him in week 1 or week 2.
You're gonna see Penix more than Cousins in training camp.
Absolutely. I think you'll see the first time you see Kirk Cousins take live bullets will be game 3 of the preseason.
And Steve, if I may, I want to read off a tweet from Mike Bell from 92.9 and get your thoughts on it. It says, this is Mike Bell. He sent this out 2 minutes ago. NFL Network basically saying the Falcons move makes no sense and Kirk Cousins was not informed in advance of the pick. I'm going to say a thought and then I'm going to ask you guys to respond. Personally, if I basically got you here on a 2-year contract, you going on 36 years old and I gave you $100 million guaranteed, I don't feel like I got to inform you. You know, you don't have any equity in the franchise. You know, my opinion. What's y'all opinion?
Just to sum up what you said, Tidy. So what?
It's obvious. He had to know. And Kirk Cousins is not someone who's new in this league. He's bounced around. He knows how the game works. And he's been paid handsomely to not be informed.
He ain't that slow.
So
I just feel like it's kind of interesting that they didn't tell him, if they didn't. But if you're Kirk Cousins, man, you're paid. What do you look? This is still the game of football. There's still competition, and there's always somebody breathing behind your back. I don't think you should ever look at something that is automatic that you're gonna get picked or automatic that you're gonna keep the job or something like that. I just I don't really care about whether Kirk didn't know or not. That's not
That's
his
how I
job.
feel too, Steve. You're like,
Yeah, that's not his
So
job.
what?
you're not the general manager.
So what?
Right.
Let me get a couple of these comments in here. A lot of people have commented on that. Somebody actually agreeing with you, Armani. He says, I agree with you on that, Armani. I think we are going to pick again tonight and get a pass rusher. King Richie's in the house says, I think we picked the quarterback because we might lose our first round next year for tampering. Latoya says, no defensive player picked yet. Maybe the media was thinking more highly than the scouts. That is crazy. Not one defensive player pick. Folks, I understand the day of defense wins championships, but offenses get you there. And that's what we're finding out right now. Folks are hungry to get those skilled guys behind that get the ball. That's it.
I mean, in today's league, you could say that the last great defense that we saw was who? LOB, right? Legion of Boom.
Yeah.
Other than that, we haven't seen another. I mean, the Rams had a pretty good defense when they beat the Bengals in the Super Bowl, but it wasn't Legion of Boom great. They had Aaron Donald, but that secondary wasn't like that.
Mm-mm.
And from what I heard, this is not just the big highly ranked defensive class that everybody that the scouts and the personnel men didn't have this defensive class ranked as high as everybody else did. I think most of the mocks were done because of what they felt the teams needed.
I feel like we trade like you see all the defensive guys that haven't been picked yet. Old boy, the defensive tackle from Texas, Mitchell, the cornerback Mitchell, Terrion Arnold,
Latu.
Somebody's gonna make a move and trade back.
Somebody finna make a move, and I just got this feeling Atlanta got something cooking.
Well, I mean, they have that extra third round pick from the gambler that we got. So maybe we can use that and work our way. And by the way, another Alabama person who cost us some stuff. Another let me get off the screen.
All right, Uncle Steve. Come on, man. Come on now.
Out there, man. I'm just putting the facts out there. Don't get mad at me.
Yeah, you gonna leave us alone.
I love Alabama.
It will be kind of interesting. Who's gonna be the first? Who's gonna be the first defensive player in this draft? Yeah, I'm still okay. So let's talk. Let's get back to it again. We did this earlier. 1 to 10. What do y'all think? It's been about 30 minutes, and I know our opinions are going to change from here. So I'm talking to the chat, and I'm going to go through the panel on a scale of 1 to 10. Not so much of what you wanted, of what the Falcons did. On a scale of 1 to 10, how do you feel about them picking Michael Penix? I'm going to start with me, and I will be honest and say, I think it was an 8. I think it was 8. We need a quarterback, and I'm tired. Latu is the first defensive player off the board to the Indianapolis Colts. So that's the first defensive guy.
Latu goes to the Colts.
So 1 to 10. Let me see what y'all got, and I'm gonna start around. I'm gonna go Tidy first, then we'll go Steve, then we'll go Armani, David, and Travis. We'll do it clockwise. Tidy, where are you? As I'm going through showing people what other people are saying.
I'm gonna go 8.5, and once again, I'm gonna lean on what Steven said right at the beginning of the broadcast. Is like you're probably not gonna have this chance again in the immediate future. Kirk Cousins, 36 years old. Pretty much only here on the 2-year contract. So I use my analogy again. You better buy that car while it's on sale. Because you come back 2 months from now, it's a markup of $8,000. So 8.5, in my opinion, I like it. You know, I've expressed this to you before, Steve. I like the fact when you draft a rookie, you give him a chance to sit down for a minute. He don't got to be thrown into the fire immediately. So I'm going 8.5. I really like it. I really like it. I didn't think it was going to happen. I'd have never bet on it, but I like the pick. Great job, fun though.
Latu going to the Colts.
Latu to the Colts. First defensive play off the board. Steven, talk to me.
I'll give it a 9.99999. I tell you, we needed our own quarterback that we get, straight from the tree, and that's what we've done. And Michael Penix Jr. can throw that ball around. He really can.
Yes, he can.
And it's great that he can sit behind Kirk Cousins and learn the speed and the complexity of the NFL game and not just be thrown out there like some quarterbacks are. And so this was absolutely the right move.
I'm gonna let those of you know earlier in the broadcast, Tidy, myself, and Steven started off, and Steven said that he didn't like the Kirk Cousins moves as much. He gave it a 3 out of 10. So when you hear the 9.999, I'm pretty sure that's based on probably what he was saying. And I get it. To your point, you said something very pertinent right there where you said we got our own to build, to grow, and to develop now. Now we have legitimate quarterback coaches. Shout out to John Harris of the eye test. We have legitimate quarterback coaches here that can coach this guy up, and you have a legitimate quarterback starting. I don't think it's any doubt that Kirk Cousins will start this year, but you have someone that Penix can learn from the scenario that should have happened in 2021. Quite honestly.
Yes.
Armani,
I feel
1 to 10.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Steve. I'm sorry.
I just want to be clear. Yeah, I gave Kirk Cousins a 3. I'm all in with Kirk. I want him to win. I did not like the move at the time. I feel much better about it now because I see a succession plan.
Yeah.
And let me make it clear. Yeah, I was saying what you thought about the move. Oh, no. I think everybody on this panel, I think I've talked to extensively at a time or not. We're all Falcon fans. There's nobody here that's going to sit here and dog out a player just because they're not that good on here, right?
I love that.
Okay. But as far as Kirk Cousins has the uniform on, he has the logo now. So he has the brand. So I'm down with him. But I understand where you were coming from. See, I was actually agreeing with you, just giving a contrast on what your thoughts were earlier, because I didn't think it was a smart idea to spend $140. I know technically it's not that much. 180. I know it's technically not that much, but I wasn't a fan of doing that. I was a fan of getting your own quarterback with higher than normal, better than average skills, which I think Penix has. So this is a good move for me. Armani, 1 to 10, what do you think? This Penix draft move.
I'm gonna give it a 10. I'm gonna give it a 10 because again, we needed somebody. Look at the great quarterbacks. Brady sat behind somebody. Yep. Patrick Mahomes, the 2 best quarterbacks that's in every argument
in the last 20 years.
In the last 20 years, just came in and sat behind somebody. Because I'm gonna be honest, because I was looking at some film the other day when Peyton Manning first came in the league, and it was rough.
He needed to sit.
He needed to sit,
but he couldn't because
people just keep.
Who was his quarterback? Who was the quarterback?
Was Harbaugh still there?
Think somebody like that.
Was Harbaugh still there?
I don't think so.
I think he was gone by the end. Because that was like what, 98?
5. That was 95.
Was it 95?
When we went to the AFC Championship game.
Nah, that wasn't 95.
I think it was 97.
Yeah, 97, 98, something like that. Yeah, it wasn't 95.
I mean, Peyton Manning came in 98.
Yeah, 98.
Manning came in 98.
I'm talking about when Harbaugh was there.
Let the
Yeah,
record show.
Peyton Manning was
Uncle Steve said
in
98 at the
1998.
very beginning.
But
It was Jim Harbaugh in '97.
like I was saying, it's just
coach.
I'm glad that we got somebody that can sit. Because when you can sit and develop, come on, hey, rookie, I would have told him, like, you'll come in, hey, don't think about starting this year unless we really need you. Come hold some pads, fill up some Gatorade, support Kirk Cousins and learn that playbook. Come and learn. Because that's what it's going to take. I mean, the best development is learning from the guy in front of you. So, and what better, and from what I can see, Kirk Cousins is a great mentor. I wish we would have did that a few years ago while Matt was here, but I digress.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel your pain. That's exactly what I think should have happened. David, where you at? 1 to 10.
I'm at a 9 right now. I'm just gonna reiterate what everybody said. We finally have a decent succession plan right now at the most important position in sports. We also people who are dogging this move right now, I'm telling you right now, you're gonna fall in love with the kid. You will fall in love with the kid. Once you see the ball placement, once he gets out there on the field, you see the ball placement, you will fall in love with the kid. So, and like you said, we needed our own. We needed our own quarterback. We just couldn't keep recycling folks. And how long did you and for y'all Desmond Riddle fans, how long did you want to wait on it? How long did we need to give him?
You gotta give him some time. You gotta give him more time. Listen, y'all gonna leave Desmond alone. He needed more time, y'all. Y'all don't understand. What part of that? We traded him now, but hey, he needs more time. That's all he needs. His quarterback is gonna win the Cardinals 4 Super Bowls. Trust me.
Go ahead, Travis.
Notice how Armani took that sip before he said that. I give this an 8, and I go back to Arthur saw what happened after Matt left. He don't want to do that again. You saw what happened after Matt left. We were in purgatory pretty much. It was ugly. No kind of production from the quarterback position. And that's with 3 quarterbacks trying to get it done. They still couldn't hold a clipboard. So Arthur wants that succession plan now. So he said, let me go on and grab this guy. And like Armani said, we don't know what we're going to get punished with the tampering stuff.
Right.
So we don't know what picks we're going to have going in the next season. So let's get it now while we can. Because somebody was going to grab Penix. He probably wasn't going to slip past the Raiders. Brock Bowers would not be in Oakland, would not be in Vegas right now. So we did what we had to do. I'm not mad at it.
I'm gonna bring up a comment real quick, and I'm gonna make a rebuttal to this. Robert says, and thanks, Robert, appreciate you. He says Penix will be 27 when he gets a chance. Also, 2 ACL injuries and shoulder injuries. I give this a 5. I'm gonna counter that and say this, Robert. You're absolutely right. He might be 27 when he gets a chance. But for all the people that keep talking about injuries and healing and stuff like that, in a perfect world, if Kirk Cousins does what he's supposed to do, then Michael Penix should have a great amount of time to heal, a great amount of time to get better, and a great amount of time to be that guy and not be pushed out front too quickly. So that's why I just say I think you got to look at it from that direction. What are you saying, Toddy?
And guys, he's been healthy for 2 years now. He's been healthy for 2 years.
Right. And he's going to have basically 2 years to probably be healthy again. Byron Murphy, now the defensive guys are going off the clock. Byron Murphy goes to the Seattle Seahawks. In there. Tidy, you were about to say something. Did I see you raise your hand?
No, I think that was David.
Oh, that was David. I'm sorry, David. My bad. So question that nobody's thinking about in the first 20 minutes since this pick. Where does that leave Taylor Heineke?
He might get cut.
You are going to be, so let's play the numbers game. You are paying Kirk Cousins a good amount of money. You are paying Michael Penix at the number 8 position, which means he's probably going to be making somewhere in the vicinity of $10 to $15 million, possibly, at least this first year, especially as a quarterback. And you have Heineke now that's on the roster that's making $7 million. You already paid him one bonus by keeping him here in March. Where does that leave Taylor Heineke? Do you leave that much money in the quarterback room and have Heineke still on your roster? I'm gonna start with you, David, and go around.
Because everybody's carrying 3 quarterbacks now, so.
But are they paying 3 quarterbacks like that?
That's the problem. Are we paying 3 quarterbacks like that? And that's why I said, he should have been cut this. He should have been cut this offseason. If this was the plan, he should have been cut this offseason.
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe they didn't realize they would have this opportunity to get Penix. I'm looking at one of the Juwan says trade him for a pick. Who's going to trade for Taylor Heineke? You might be lucky to get a 7th round pick. I mean, what did we get for Desmond Ridder? What did you get? Some popcorn?
4th, I
think. What did we get for Desmond Ridder?
No, we tried. We swapped players.
Didn't get no 4th round pick.
We got a Snickers bar.
We got Rondale Moore.
Knee-high great.
We got a Snickers bar. We got some Swishers. We got some Twizzlers. We got a few Fireballs. We got a Sour Patch Kid thing. Oh, we got an Easter basket. Got you.
Man.
Travis, what do we do with Taylor Heineke if you're him?
Well,
and you're in Atlanta.
He ain't far from home. Here, he can go to the house now.
Up. Minnesota.
This is
Dallas Turner.
Let me tell you something. If I knew he was gonna wear, wait a minute, what is that? Is that Dallas Turner in that lime green, that key lime pie suit?
Yep, that's Dallas Turner.
Don't look bad, brother. That ain't my fault.
Yeah, that's Dallas Turner.
He look bad too. Why you don't get mad?
He still winning the first round.
The million's been reduced since he ain't top 10.
Yeah.
He got to do some Papa John.
Get on in that train.
You ain't no good, man. You
What?
ain't no good.
What's the shoes he got on though?
Somebody said his suit was gold at the beginning of the night. Now it's green.
He
I know who it was.
And color sat so long.
He looked like he probably didn't want to go to Minnesota.
No, he didn't want to go to Minnesota. He wanted to go to Atlanta. Look, he bad. Don't get mad. Yeah. I'm telling you, I wanted to go to Atlanta.
But don't they still got Harrison? They still got the DN over there.
They just got rid. They just got They just lost Neil Hunter.
Yeah, Texas from Texas from the Texas.
Oh, he went to the Texas. That's right.
Yeah. Neil Hunter just went to the Texas
contract.
Man, the Texans. Oh my.
Turner makes sense.
But they don't have a quarterback.
They got McCarthy.
They just drafted McCarthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have a quarterback. Like y'all didn't hear me the first time. No, I don't. I'm not sure about McCarthy. Tiny, let me get
I'm
around
not
to you,
either.
man. What do you do with Brother Heineke, Tiny?
I think you keep Heineken for this one last year, because all right, he restructured his contract. He took a pay cut. So based on the structure of his contract, now they may end up doing something else, but in my opinion, you keep him this 1 year because if you trade him or even if you cut him post June, there's still no cap savings there. There's still going to be about 3 and change of dead cap, and you're only going to gain about 1.2, 1.3 on the cap. So financially, I don't see an incentive of getting rid of him. No way around it.
Y'all see that highlight of Turner second Georgia's quarterback? That's crazy.
I'm on Travis and David. I'm trying to put this link in for these other guys. I'm gonna drop y'all off for a little bit and let me get Dre in here who's trying to get in. But I appreciate y'all joining us here on the panel today. Thank y'all fellas for bringing in. I'm trying to bring in old Dre so he can let us know what's going on. Thank you, Dave. I'm trying to pull you down, Dave. How you?
I'll get out.
Yeah, pull your thing down for me, Dave. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, brother. I appreciate y'all. I put the link back in there. I don't know why. I don't know. I'm trying to see why it's not coming in. Y'all let me know. Can y'all see the link, Tidy?
Yeah.
I can see it on my screen.
Okay. So I'm trying to. So there y'all go. Trying to get in here. Slim Dollar, man, what's going on, brother? He said Taylor Heineke is just a 1-year pick, so you can keep him on the roster, but Penix Jr. will take backup next year. Great pick. Here's the problem. It's not a matter of, I don't mind Heineke staying. I think you're paying Heineke. What is it now? Is it $7 million or $5 million?
I think he's getting 4.5.
Is it 4.5?
After his restructure. Okay. His cap number is 4.5.
Okay. Now the only thing that just kind of bothers me again is now your quarterback room has become very expensive, but the quarterback is going to be expensive. Right. I mean, that's because, you know what? I see what's going on. My bad. Hold on. Why are y'all? Hold on. I see y'all, fellas. Y'all were on the low end. That's what Juan, y'all were, I'm gonna tell you what was happening. I'm gonna tell you and I'm gonna blame it on Dre because Dre probably did something to the set. I know he did, but y'all were down below, and I didn't scroll my thing up. That's probably somebody from Alabama that made this. But thank y'all. I appreciate Juan. Appreciate Juan. And appreciate Dre, Coach, for coming in here. Let me start with you two fellas. First, even though I've seen y'all in the chat, let everybody know how you feel about the pick. Then give me a rating of 1 to 10. I know what Dre gonna say. So Juan, appreciate you coming in. I'm gonna let you kick us off.
What's going on, What's going on, family?
How you feeling, man?
How you doing, sir?
I'm good. I told you this was gonna happen on the last stream that they were going for TV.
You
did.
You did say.
I thought they did, and I said they were gonna get Penix. But a lot of people don't know when they had sit the whole game to go watch that man work out. I was like, oh yeah, they going for bro. They going for him. But I give it an 8, and the reason I give it an 8 is because I'm not gonna give it a 10 because he's not. It ain't like it's Peyton coming in here. It ain't like it's a CJ Stroud, but he's a good quarterback. And the reason honestly, the Falcons are doing what I call the "Oops, my bad" tour. You had Rasheem, you had Morris as the intern. You didn't want to hire him. You let him go, and then you went through basically 3 years of purgatory with Arthur Smith. You could have had your contingency plan for Matt Ryan, but you didn't. You decided to go for the shiny toy in Houston, and you didn't have a plan for your quarterback room. So you lost your starting quarterback, and you didn't have a top quarterback to come in after him. So this is basically saying, we're not gonna do that again. We'll get Kirk Cousins, who's serviceable for 2 years, and we'll let Penix sit there and learn the offensive scheme behind him. And Michael Irvin said it on Undisputed. He said they are trying to do the now or later. You got a good quarterback now. You got young playmakers around them, and then later you bring in a younger quarterback who's good, and you continue winning. So yeah, it's an 8 in my book. And for the record, Bama don't do nothing but produce good wide receivers. Every other position, trash.
And win national championships. You forgot to put that in there.
Oh, they used to.
Win national championships.
They used to.
Win national championships.
It's been about what? 4 years now? Oh, okay.
You said
six
what
in
did
a
you say?
decade?
This is
Six in a decade. Wow.
You said this is the oops, my bad.
Yeah, it's my bad tour. That's exactly what it is. That's what they do with Raheem. They're like, man, you know what? We were supposed to hire you, right? We were supposed to hire you, but you know, we thought that Arthur Smith had something cooking, and then Arthur Smith really is the fault because he thought his playbook was so good it didn't matter who they drafted, so they went and got the thespian from Cincinnati who ain't win nothing in college.
I love that.
When he played against real defensive talent, you see what happened. He lost. So yeah, you know.
Well, I hear you, brother. I think.
But I thought you just said we don't produce nothing but why. Anyway, go ahead. My bad.
Oh no, he played against Georgia too. That's what I'm talking about.
And that was one of his best games. What are we talking about?
Juan, all you gotta say is just one that say Bryce Young, and then we're gonna move on to Trey.
Oh, we already come on. Bryce is definitely look like his last name in Carolina, looking young out there. He looking real young out there.
He was a rookie.
Oh, another Georgia person off the Amarius Mims. That's a little bit rich, isn't it? Mims is off the board a little earlier.
He an old tackle, right?
Yeah. Good move. Good move for them. Talk to me, Dre. You kind of silent over there, man. You don't have your Penix jersey already ordered? What's going on?
Hell no. No.
Now come on now.
I'm a diehard Falcon fan, so I'm a rock with old boy for now. But the position of the pick, I give a 10. As I've said for months now and was told I was crazy, I don't know football, all that. At 8, there is no way you don't go after a quarterback because you have no idea when you will be in the top 10 to get another quarterback moving forward. If we went and got Kirk Cousins, it only made sense, and I've been screaming it for months, it only makes sense to get your quarterback to sit him for 2 years to learn behind Kirk Cousins. That's why they structured the deal. So for those who told me I was crazy, clearly I'm not. I know what I'm talking about. Like, it just makes perfect sense to do what the Falcons did. The person that they picked, I give a negative 230,000 million or whatever crazy number. Like, I have been dreading this day for months and months and months. I've said it probably for 8 months at least. Do not draft this dude. I hear all the people in here talking about for 2 years he been injury free and blah 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 and this, that, and the third. But my thing is, I've heard it multiple times tonight from people on the panel. You hated the Kirk Cousins signing because he's 30 plus coming off an injury. Yet we signed someone on a first round contract deal in the top 10 that has multiple, not one, not two, but 3 major surgeries. And by the time he finally hits the field, he himself will damn near be 30 years old. Make it make sense. How is this a good pick? On top of that, we all know, if you break something, it don't matter if it's a bone, it don't matter if it's a glass, it don't matter what it is. If you break something, yeah, you can put it back together, but it will never be as strong as it was before it was broken. So all it's going to take is 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, 1 bad hit, and we're in the same position again. I absolutely hate this pick with everything in my being. I'm gonna rock with him because he on our team.
Let me follow up with you then, and because you did say you would like to have a quarterback. So the only thing that I kind of come back at you with, and I want you to reply, would you have been satisfied with getting a quarterback in the 3rd round again and getting a quarterback with not as much of a skill set? Kind of somebody we thought about
I love that.
a couple of
No.
years ago who we
No.
ended up getting that had a low skill set? Or
No.
would you rather
No.
get somebody who at least it was no doubt that most of the prognosticators said Penix has the tools. They were just concerned about possibly what his health would be. So what quarterback would you have gotten then, Dre?
So to answer your question, no. And it's not Penix himself. Don't get me wrong. I believe Penix is a great player. But the fact that his age and his injuries to me is a major issue. You cannot gloss over that. I don't care how long it's been since he has not had an injury. The fact is he has had 3 major injuries. At this point, that is clearly genetics. So all it's going to take is one more issue, and the man may not even walk again, let alone play football. So yes, I have always said no. So to answer, so the other part of your question, no, we didn't need to get a quarterback in round 3. I have always said in the 1st round we needed a quarterback. Whether it was at 8, me personally, I wanted us to leverage the house. I know it takes a team to be accepting of that, but I wanted us to leverage the house and try and do whatever we could to get up earlier to get one of the better quarterbacks that isn't Michael Penix. If Michael Penix didn't have any injuries, I would love this pick. But his injuries is a issue. And to say it's not, to me, is not being realistic.
I'm going to get to you, Steven, in a second. I see you want to talk. Let me get a couple of chats in here. People were kind of rebutting you, I think. He said, Slim says, studies show that it's more beneficial to sit the quarterback for a year or two than throw him straight into the fire. Penix will be 25 when he starts.
No, he'll be 25 next year.
No,
he'll be 25 next year.
He'll be 26 when he starts. He turns 24 next month.
Yeah, he'll be 26. He'll probably be 26 when he starts.
All right.
Yeah.
When he starts, not only that he's graded high, but with the top quarterbacks today. Greg says the boy is 24. It's not like he's 44. Rail says way too much doom and gloom going on. Corey says people are acting like Michael Penix Jr. is up in age. He's only 23, and by the time he becomes a starter, he'll only be 25. Slim says he's talking about Penix Jr. have an AARP card or something, like he's the only quarterback on Medicaid right now. And listen, I do understand Dre's. I mean, Jared Verse just got picked by the Rams, y'all, at 19. I do understand where Dre is coming from as far as age is concerned a little bit when you start talking about, and remember, this was that COVID age group where they were getting the extra year and things like that. So I think you got a lot of I mean, you talk about Bo Nix, you're talking about my man here as well. Yeah, so all of these cats are having that extra year or two. I don't look at that as such a bad thing. And I'm still saying, Dre, I get it. I get exactly what you're saying. I get your point. I don't agree with it, but I get your point. From a Falcon standpoint, this is what we should have done before Matt was all done. And I think they call themselves, as Juan said, the oops, my bad tour, where they're going back and doing those things that they should have done a couple of years ago. Steven, go ahead. I saw you had something like you were about to say something. I apologize.
The chats sort of stole my thunder. I mean, and you made the point too. So Michael Penix Jr. is 23. He'll be 24 in May. But that's 1 year older than Jaden Daniels. Okay, approximately. Jaden Daniels is 23. He'll be 24 in December, if I'm not mistaken. The fact that we can have this guy to sit behind Kirk Cousins, we're thinking it's two. If everything goes as planned, Kirk will be here for 2 years and earn that $100 million guaranteed. There's no guarantee that may happen because he's really old, you know? And so, Dre, I'm with you on the injury piece. You know, it's a scary time. But I think when you look at the upside, the potential upside of how this guy plays, and the fact that we may not be able to get a high draft pick for a few years because Kirk may play well. And, you know, you have to factor in, what are we going to lose next year because of the tampering issue? We had to grab somebody this year. And in my opinion, I think that Michael Penix Jr. was the best quarterback that we could take at, you know, with the other quarterbacks being taken already. And time will tell. Time will tell.
Like I said, I absolutely love the pick. I am not, and again, I'm gonna ride with Penix because he's on the Falcon. I'm a diehard Falcon fan. I just absolutely, positively did not want it to be him for the simple fact of the injuries alone. And people can say whatever they want to say, but once something is broken, it could never be put back together correctly. It will never be the same as it was when it wasn't broken, and that is a issue. I mean, just period. For me, that is a huge issue.
The thing about that, I'm sorry to cut you off, but the thing about that is, right, you know, we're all concerned with injuries, but football is such a contact sport. It pretty much has a 100% injury rate, you know, so people are going to get injured. There's a lot of guys that got drafted in the top 10 tonight that then broke collarbones, broke arms. We just don't know about it, but when they were 13, 14 years old, they broke something. When we were young guys, you know, we broke something coming up. You know, he's relatively young still, you know, so it's not like Kirk Cousins. You know, when you get concerned, like, can he recover as good as a 20-year-old, you know, when he breaks something? So I do understand the injury concerns because those are similar concerns that I had. But injuries are going to happen in this sport. You know, Grady Jarrett recovering from a torn ACL right now, you know, so it's just going to happen. As far as his age, I'm really not concerned about the age. You know, he's 25, 26 once he begins to start, depending on how Kirk Cousins does or whatever. So I'm really not concerned about that. And quarterbacks nowadays, they're playing into their mid-30s. Look at Kirk Cousins. So, you know, you get a good 10, 12 years out of him. You know, it's fine. So,
yeah,
I
I get that. And my mentioning of the age is only in relation to, because I keep hearing that Kirk Cousins is 30 plus 35 coming off an injury. And I understand there's a huge difference between 35 and 20. But what I'm saying is, if Kirk Cousins' injury coming off an injury at 35, if that is an issue for you, there is no way that someone with not one, not two, but three major surgeries, who will be damn near 30 when he finally possibly hits the field, is like the fact that you can't say that is a issue is, for me, is not being genuine.
Coach,
that's all I'm saying when it comes to the age.
When you say damn near 30, I mean,
yeah, you can't say that, bro.
We got to pinpoint you are exaggerating when you say that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. He'll be like, what, 26, 27? I mean, that is damn near 30.
He'll be 25 or 26.
My little girl is 14. She damn near 20. I mean, you gotta. It's you know.
He'll be 24 next month, right? He'll be 24, 25 next month.
24.
Okay. So moving from today, he'll be, in 2 years, let's just say Kurt only plays 2 years. In 2 years, he'll be 25, damn near being 26. So that is damn near 30.
Okay, that's not 30, bro.
I didn't say he was going to be 30. I said damn near 30. 4 years is damn near 30.
But let's hypothetically say Kurt does the whole contract.
Exactly.
He'll only be 28. I mean, it's not like I mean, we are aging these guys like 26 and 27 is a bad age for a quarterback to be. I want to give some of the replies to some of the people in the chat. See, you came over here being like Thanos and everything, being the villain of it, all this.
Hey, I'm cool with it. I'm always the villain.
Ray says Penix is 23, Daniels is 23, Nix is 24, Williams is 22, May is 21, Carthy is 21 as of today. So he's saying all of them were in middle school together. Slim Dulles says with the deals now, players are not rushing to get out of college, so it's normal to get a player that's now 22, 23 years old. This is not the past where a player is available and rushing to the NFL. He's rushing to the NFL. Ant says, Dre, you speak in what if situations. The dude is a baby. He will heal just fine. He has 2 years to rest those injuries. Ray says football is a dangerous game. You're going to get injured. Slim comes back and says Latu
Think
had
about
to
what y'all saying.
Latu had to. I'm gonna let you rebut. Latu had to literally be medically discharged in order to play for another team. These medical doctors get paid money to make these decisions. They cleared him on all of his medicals. That's good enough. Ant says Adrian Peterson's injuries. I'm sure he's had injuries for years, and he got better. That's a running back. Mills says today's medicine today is all different today than yesterday's year. Plus, these guys are built different than these days. Antonio James says Jordan Love is 25. Do you think Green Bay is worried about his age? Dre, first of all, I thank you for bringing these people in the chat, but dang, bro, come on, man, give the brother a shot, Dre.
Hey, so this is what I will say. Again, I was only mentioning his age in relation to the whole thing I keep hearing about Kirk Cousins. But even forward, you guys are naming people who have one injury. Adrian Peterson had one ACL injury. Latu or whoever you just named had one injury. We're talking about a person who had.
What about Frank Gore? Frank Gore had two ACL injuries.
That's still, yeah.
Okay.
Lamar Jackson.
Frank Gore played for I don't know how long, but he had two. You know.
Okay, so 2 is 2 the same as 3.
Peyton Manning had a career. Peyton Manning had a career in the injury. He had a career in the injury.
Is 2 greater than 3?
No.
Okay. Period.
Wait, let me ask you a question. Up in New York, in the Jets, do you think that the Jets are talking about Aaron Rodgers coming off the Achilles, or they just can't wait for him to get back? Because I don't know if they even got to the quarterback.
Again, stop glossing over it. Is Aaron Rodgers coming off 1 injury, 2 injuries, or 3 injuries?
Yeah,
well, he's coming off 1 injury.
Come on, Dre.
Okay.
Come on, Dre.
He's coming off 1 injury.
1 injury at 40. 1 injury at 40 is different.
Uncle Steve
at 40. Dre.
Uncle Steve, listen to me.
Look at your ID and tell me how old you are, Dre.
Listen to me.
If you had, I'm gonna let you finish. I promise I'm gonna let you finish. Dre,
right?
Achilles injury at 40,
right,
is much different,
right,
than an ACL injury at 21.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
I will ask you this, except for Tidy, because I know Tidy's answer already. Okay. Have any of you other 4 on the panel had a major knee injury?
Yes, I broke my patella tendon. My patella tendon is better than it was when I broke it.
Okay.
I had an MCL surgery in 2009.
Okay, so you had MCL. I know Toddy had, I think he said meniscus. I've had matter of fact, I think Toddy said ACL and meniscus. I've had my meniscus. I know for a fact that I am nowhere near have the same mobility I had when I was playing football before my meniscus than I do now. And I know now that I'm 40. Again, I understand that he's not nowhere close to 40, but at 40, I have issues with my knee now. You know what I'm saying? So these are legitimate. These are legitimate issues. What?
I said you wouldn't be the same right now if you had a good knee at 40.
I understand that. Yeah, no,
Right.
like I get it. But what
Right.
I'm saying is you're never the same. And you can't whatever, man. Y'all can be happy about it. I hate it.
I'm gonna let you finish, but Dre, you getting killed in the chat. There, you got a couple.
I don't care, bro. I get
two,
killed.
Two is damn near 3.
I get killed. I get killed all the time, bro. Like I told I was told I was stupid about the pick.
2 is damn near 3.
Because you said 25 might as well, 26 might as well be 30. I mean, I get the correlation. I get the correlation. I get it.
Right.
Yeah, I know. I get it. Yeah.
I think what we're really missing though, is that technology is not the same as it was back then.
Man, I'm not trying to hear none of that. None of that.
But those are facts though. Those are facts that you can't just brush away.
And you can't brush away. You cannot brush away that it is a major injury. Y'all can gaslight all you want. It's still a major injury.
I'll agree with this with you, Dre. 2 ACL injuries before the age of 25 is definitely something, especially when you play a position like quarterback. Nobody's glossing over that part. Nobody at all. But at the same time, as has been mentioned, man, it's a contact sport, man. And these guys, they get hurt, and when they're younger, they get better. They heal up. With
that said, Uncle Steve, they get hurt, right? It's a contact sport. They get hurt, right? So players that are fully healthy get hurt on the regular, correct?
True.
Okay.
Probably play hurt and don't even report it, Dre.
Right. So we're talking about a person who already has a history of injuries playing a sport where normal, healthy people who have never had injuries get injured. That's my point.
So my thing is with that argument is he's played the last 2 seasons healthy. If he was hurt,
he also played college. How many college games do they play a year? Against other,
he played 15.
Against other children. He's going into the league with grown men. Total different story.
DJ Stroud.
I understand that.
Bryce Young.
I understand that.
I mean, so, I kind of get it. Listen, at this point, to be quite honest with you, there must have been something. Look, as somebody mentioned in the chat, the doctors today get paid a lot of money to clear. They're not going to clear people and say that guys are okay, knowing that their reputation could be on the line. There's got to be something about Michael Penix and his injured self that says that a lot of the folks are saying, you know what? He's still good to go, y'all. He's healed. He's good to go. So would you rather have that first round pick that has the abilities, even though he's hurt, still have the abilities to do those things? Or would you rather have that guy that has all the other intangibles and the leadership that's supposed to get you through a season?
I love that.
Again, I like him as a player. I think people are not understanding what I'm saying. I like him as a player, and I understand that the doctors are not going to release him if he's not. He will be able to play. What I am saying is, if the average player has an 80 to 90% to get hurt, a 40% chance to get hurt, we're adding someone on our team who has a 75 to 80% chance to get hurt. That's what I'm saying. I don't dislike him as a player. I think he is a great, tremendous player. I'm just not in love with his past. I do not like his past injury history. That's all I'm saying.
Go ahead, Juan.
I mean, I get it, but according to Dre, man, an ACL injury is damn near a heart surgery. So I mean,
come on, man, don't do that. Don't even try, don't play me like that. I say nothing like that.
I'm no player, bro. He going to Dan Reeves route. Nah, but bro, look, football is you have a high chance of getting injured regardless. How many quarterbacks have been injured and sat out and still came back and performed well? Tom Brady got his knee blowed out, and they changed the rules for the NFL because that happened.
That's
and he
crazy.
came back and had 10, 15 more years playing. Like there's that whole. Let me tell you something. The only way you could tell you gonna make me doubt a player that gets drafted here or a player that comes here is if you say, man, they just had arm amputee surgery and it was his throwing arm. That's the only way you're gonna make me doubt him.
Yeah.
Other than that, I want to see the guy play.
Well, I mean, at this point, what choice we got? I mean, I'm just saying, at this point, it's like, I think he'll be fine. I'm excited to see him play. I still think it was a good move by the Falcons to go ahead and get somebody young in here. And then, I mean, he gets a chance to sit and get even more healthy because he's not going to play. So, hey, it is what it is, man. You deal with the cards that you dealt with, and you keep rolling with them.
Let me ask you this, Drake.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My bad, Steve.
No, that's good.
No,
go ahead.
In your opinion, what would have been your alternative to do at quarterback? Because like you say, you like getting a quarterback this year at 8, but what do you think would have been a smarter choice this year in the draft to get a quarterback?
I mean, I don't know, man. It's really hard to say. Like before the draft, before things shook out. I mean, we all know. I have said for months and months and months, I wanted Drake May. Clearly, that wasn't in the cards. We wasn't going to be able to get up. So I never really thought about any other quarterback. I just knew we had to get one this year. I wasn't ever really happy, and I didn't want Penix because of his past history. But again, I understand we needed to get a quarterback. I'm excited about him being our quarterback because I think he is a great quarterback. I am just not happy with his injury. I mean, I don't really know how to say it. I don't know any other quarterback. You know what I'm saying? Like, I never really looked at any other quarterbacks because I wanted Drake May. So I never really paid attention to any other quarterbacks.
Yeah. And I understand.
Daniel Jones 2.0.
Who?
I said Drake May is Daniel Jones 2.0.
Oh, wow.
Dang.
I will say I understand wholeheartedly what you're saying, Coach. I'm not going to act ignorant to the concern of injuries. I mean, I understand that. I had similar concerns. And as far as Drake May go, I feel like if the Falcons felt like they could have got him, they would have got him. But as we saw, we had these conversations, way before the draft, Coach. Those teams that were sitting there at the top 3, they're like, man, we ain't moving. We don't care what y'all offer.
Right.
We're not gonna move. Y'all can stop calling. And as we got close to the draft, some of them teams just pretty much said that stop calling. It ain't for sale.
Right. That's what I said. It clearly wasn't in the cards. That's who I wanted, but we clearly couldn't do that. So I never, moving forward, I never really paid attention to any of the other quarterbacks. I just knew at 8 with Kirk Cousins and his ability to at least push us deep, well, not deep into the playoffs, but at least push us into the positive that moving forward, that we probably going to be in the 18th plus pick range moving forward the next 2 years, provided he's healthy and, we just don't have a complete meltdown. We're going to be at least 18 plus moving forward drafting. So you had to use your number 8 pick and pick a quarter. I mean, it had to happen. It had to happen. So, but again, I love him as a player. I don't know, man. I'm a ride for him.
Your opinion, brother. If you don't like the brother because you don't like him, but if you don't feel like it was the right pick, you feel like it wasn't the right pick. In my opinion, I'm not super crazy about the pick either, as far up as we got him, but I'm also at a point where I'm saying you're looking at what these defensive guys are doing and how far down they're going. I mean, maybe it turned out to be a good move. Look, you got 6 different guys on here with 6 different brain cells moving around, and all of us not going to think the same about the pick. I wholeheartedly, that's the beauty of this whole thing. And that's why if I wanted to just get on here and talk about my whole opinion about the draft, I mean, that would be a pretty boring show. But now that you have 6 different thoughts on it, man, there's nothing wrong with that, brother. I understand what you're talking about, the injury. I do feel like the 2 years he'll probably sit could be something that's beneficial for him if you have concerns about that. But I just don't think you can, if the quarterback position was what you were looking for as far as talent is concerned, I don't think you were going to get much better past him. I'm not a believer in J.J. McCarthy. Obviously, the Vikings are. Not a believer in Bo Nix. Obviously, Denver is. So, it's all what we're thinking, brother. Ain't no.
Yeah,
Ain't no big,
I think actually, like, I don't know, bro. My only issue with him, and it has been for months, and I've said it for months. My only issue with him has always been his injuries. Had he not had injuries, I would be jumping out the gym with this pick. I think outside of him, to answer Tidy's question, I think outside of him, the one I would have been more happy with would probably have been Bo. So, but I mean,
look,
it
Dre,
is what it is. It is what it is.
Don't worry about it. Dre. The only thing this panel has agreed on unanimously is that Alabama's not good. So aside of that, we're all on the same page on this whole thing. So hey, it's
I just want to say this real quick. I'm gonna get out of here. Hey, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna get out. If you look at the last 2 seasons of playoff appearances, which quarterbacks have been in the playoffs? Were they like run of the mill, second round, third round quarterbacks? Were they like quarterbacks that we see in the college football in the playoffs, excluding Patrick Mahomes? But for the last 2 seasons in the playoffs, they've been quarterbacks that we see in the college playoffs. So it makes sense. To me, it looks like if you want to get a future quarterback, you have to get one of those quarterbacks that's actually being seen post regular season play. We didn't see Desmond in the college playoffs. You JJ McCarthy.
We saw him briefly.
Yeah. Was it for 1 year? And then he got bounced.
Yeah, he got bounced by the team from Tuscaloosa.
Oh, by Bama, but then I can't say nothing about it because Bama turned around and let JJ McCarthy beat him. So I mean, you know.
But no,
but I'm gonna go ahead and go.
Juan, you are the man, brother. You know I appreciate you every time you in the chat, man. Make sure you check me out. Hopefully by the end of the week, I'll probably come on Saturday evening and do a recap of everything. But I appreciate you, my friend.
Yes, sir. You have a good one. All right,
panel. Okay, appreciate bro. Take it easy.
Take care, bro.
Dre, you all right over there, Dre?
Oh yeah, I'm fine.
All right, man. Come on, bro. Don't be getting all sensitive. Bro,
no,
ain't time for you to be Ralph Tresvant. Man, don't be getting sensitive on me, man.
No, bro. I'm always the big bad wolf. I get told, bro, if you only knew how much I get told I don't know football, yet my predictions always come true. How is that? I just don't understand it.
Like I said before, Dre, you sometimes, dude, ever since I started doing this, that is the first thing I say when people always talk about, man, you don't know football. I tell them in a heartbeat, is Stephen to tell you too. Brother, I was a marching band fool, but I watched enough football from up there in the stands to know what a football player looks like and know what a football player should be. So,
right.
So I don't pay any attention to that. It's all.
No, I'm good. It's gonna take me a couple days to warm up to the pick. You know what I'm saying? My initial reaction is my initial reaction, but probably by Tuesday, Wednesday, or by training camp, I'll be all right with the pick. But as of right now,
Yeah, I was like that last year with the Bijan picks. I understand. I had the same look on my face.
Hey, Miss B, how you doing out there? I think Miss B was actually somebody that I remember specifically talking about Michael Penix too. I know during her analysis, and that was one of the people that she was talking about as far as the pick is concerned. I do remember one of her times she was talking about that. So that's kind of interesting. I did want to briefly go over a couple of players that we kind of skimmed over. Quinyon Mitchell was just chosen by the Eagles just a second ago. We down to the last 8 picks. I know a lot of y'all were talking about the Falcons trading back up, which could be interesting. Chop Robinson went to Miami, and Jared Verse ended up going to the Rams. So, if anything, what have we learned about NFL teams and NFL GMs right now early on? I'll give my opinion and I'll go around. I again, judging by the first 12 picks, quarterback is and always will be the most important position. I even if they may not be the uber talented quarterbacks make the world go round. I still don't see to this day. I'm still not feeling JJ McCarthy, but I guess after winning the national championship, and I don't know, he reeks of Desmond Ritter to me, but I guess people are saying that's the pick. Armani, what have you learned so far from the picks we made two-thirds of the way through the draft?
That GM's boards is not the same as some of the the same as fans boards and the same as other NFL analyst boards. I think that they hired these guys for a reason on their scouting for a reason. And sometimes they think different, just like us. We think different on this panel, and they think different depending on which NFL base you're going to. So one thing that I've learned is that those guys do extensive research on the players that they want to pick. So, and if they fall in love with somebody, they're gonna pick them. It's about right player and also right fit. You got to get the right fit. A lot of things a player can be great. He can be great all around, but if he's not the right fit for that team, it's not going to work.
Steven, so far, what have you seen? Anything? Well, obviously, I don't think anybody could have seen what we saw in the first 12. But what's your thoughts so far about the way this thing has kind of played out?
I want to echo what Armani said. He's spot on. You go into the draft, everybody's had 2 million mock drafts that they've thrown up on the internet, and many of them mirror each other. And you see a lot of defensive players. You see a lot of players who should have been drafted by now, who may not have been drafted or were drafted a lot later than we expected them to be drafted. And so you have professional people whose sole responsibility as far as their career is concerned is to find the best players. And they don't share that information readily because they want to get those players. And so as much as it's very fun and entertaining for us to try to figure out who we're getting and who's the best player and so forth and so on, we don't know. And so it's like when we chose Kirk Cousins, at the end of the day, I was like, you know what? I'm a fan. And what I'm going to rely on is that the people who are responsible for making that decision have much better intelligence and information than I have, and they should. And so, yeah, we don't know. It's entertainment. It's sports entertainment. I love it. I enjoy it. But I think what's been confirmed to me is that the people who actually do the job every day, they know who the best players are, or they should at least, as far as who they're drafting.
I saw you pouring back that Alizé a little bit more than normal. I was just trying to get your opinion on what you before Tiny be on the bike like this. What you think about?
I guess I'll say, man, three's a charm, as they say, and that's piggybacking off our money and also Steven, after like the first 4 picks, this thing went nothing like everybody said it was gonna go. You know, you even have Vegas, you know, with their tweets and like, well, Ladu is the favorite to the Falcons. Dallas Turner is the favorite to the Falcons. And then, you know, you have all the blue checks on Twitters and the so-called insiders. Well, you know, Latu is the guy. You know, Turner's the guy. Falcons definitely going to get an edge rusher. Brock Bowers is a top 10 pick. Bo Nix is a day 2 pick. And as Steven said, you know, the guys that get paid, you know, 6 figures and more to do this every day, they don't necessarily think like a lot of us think, or the guys in Vegas, or the guys who just, you know, are on Twitter doing this, or even the beat writers, you know. So what preconceived notion may tell us about the players and what's going to happen in the draft, the GMs, the talent evaluators, and the head coaches and assistant coaches who make the decisions, they don't always agree with it. And this is one of the components that make the NFL so exciting, because I think a lot of us who sat down here about 3 hours and 30 minutes ago, we were prepared to get an edge rusher, you know, in our hearts of hearts, more likely, but that didn't happen. And that, again, that's what makes NFL so exciting. Even the draft, you know, you got NBA playoffs on the night, and we nobody care about that. So what the guys inside these headquarters think and what the guys outside the headquarters think, they don't always coincide.
Dre, what so far it I know it hasn't gone chalk. It was going chalk for the first 5 picks, or really first 4 picks, and then after that, somewhere along the way, somebody unscrewed the lug nuts, and this thing went off the road. What are your thoughts so far on what we've done so far in this draft, the whole draft, NFL draft?
I think, you know, the pundits and, you know, the beat writers, you know, they get paid to make all sorts of speculations.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think people, you know, these quote unquote insiders, you know, tell all these beat writers and pundits things to throw other teams off the scent. You know, I don't ever take stock in them. But as far as like fans go, and I hate to sound like a broken record, but it's truly how I feel. If you take your fandom off the table, which I do a lot, if you take your fandom off the table and think as a business, what is the best move? I think a lot of these picks make perfect sense. Like, you know, if they're especially us, and I may not love the person, but the pick, in my opinion, was spot on. You really have to take your fandom out of it, and you will see this. Now, previous years, I don't know what good rocks the Falcons were smoking with some of their picks in previous years, but this year, I feel like it was definitely the writing has been on the wall what we were going to do, especially with the construction of KC's contract. I think it was a huge giveaway as to what we were going to do moving forward. As far as the rest of the league, I mean, like, it really makes sense. I didn't, you know, getting ready for school and working, I really wasn't able to really dive too much. I've really been off the grid and not on my phone, so I really haven't paid much attention. But the only one that seems out of place is the offensive lineman going as early as he did, but everyone else, it just seems spot on. I don't really see, like you said, the wheels falling off. I think it has been pretty much spot on for the first time in quite a while. Like, you know, the Falcons didn't do nothing outrageous, so the draft looks pretty normal. We didn't draft a punter at number 2, you know what I'm saying? So right. it seems the whole draft really seems very calm. I think this has been a good draft, but people pay too much attention to pundits and beat writers. And I know if I was, you know, in a position of power in an organization, oh yeah, I will feed them all sorts of incorrect information to get, you know what I'm saying, the other teams off the scent on what I really want to do. So
I was listening to you, and as I kind of looking, you're probably right. Maybe it wasn't as far off as I thought. Listen, Atlanta probably made the most shocking move, I would say, in the top 10. Excuse me, by
bless you.
by getting a quarterback. But to your point, we probably overestimated maybe some of these. I say we overestimated, but maybe in the rooms of these general managers, they didn't. I mean, the first defensive player didn't come off to what, 13 or 14?
Yeah, might have been later than that. Was it 16?
Just looking here, that was
But think about it.
15. Lot 2. 15.
The quarterback position is so polarizing, so demanding that it almost makes perfect sense to get your quarterback, because regardless on where you are in the draft, you could probably get a good edge rusher. Like, teams aren't going to look for edge every single year, but teams are going to want a you know, every year there's going to be teams in search of a quarterback. So I think it just made perfect sense that defense was so later, and, you know, all the quarterbacks essentially were taken in the first rounds. I mean, I really think I think this has been the least exciting draft in the last couple of years, as far as like moves being. I don't think no one has traded up, no one has traded back. There's been no like shockers, I guess, unless you could say us, you know.
Minnesota moved up to get McCarthy.
Oh, they did? They did?
Slightly,
okay.
McCarthy, and then Denver moved slightly to get.
Okay. Well, yeah. Once I got on here, I stopped watching so I could talk to you.
Good. It's all good. I want to ask y'all about the psyche, and really, it should make a difference because, quite honestly, they're all professionals. Diana Rossini is reporting that pretty much what you guys were talking about. She said the Falcons called Kirk Cousins when they were on the clock to let him know. From what I learned, Cousins understood a quarterback would be considered, but he did not believe his successor would be taken in the first round. I'm told he's a bit stunned. Well, in my opinion, well, first of all, let me hear what y'all want to say about that. Armani, I'm gonna start with you. From a standpoint, are you concerned that Kirk Cousins could have some type of, I don't know, problem with the pick?
Not really. I think Kirk Cousins, this is like the end of his. This is it. This is it for him. So, I mean, the next 2 or 3 years, that's going to be hit for his career, in my opinion. Kirk Cousins is probably going to end his career right here in Atlanta. So, I mean, I don't think he's worried about it. I think he's like, well, I am getting up there. So, I mean, just like when a few years ago, they're like, well, we got Matt Ryan. I don't know why we need. I said because Matt is getting old, so you can't take it personal. I mean, I wouldn't take it personal. I mean, I'm on the other side of my career now. I done played more football games than I done got left. So, it's only in the company's best interest to, have and train my replacement. Before I processed out the Navy 2 days ago, I had to train the guy that was under me to take my job. That's just what it is. It ain't nothing personal. It's a business.
And Kirk is getting highly compensated. I think if I was going to be ticked off, I wouldn't mind being ticked off.
That is true. That is true.
Stephen, what you think about it? Should we pay any attention to the possible hurt feelings of Kirk Cousins in this situation?
No, I don't think. I think just a little, because we want our quarterback to perform well over the next 2 years or however long he's going to be here for his contract. But when I watched the Netflix show Quarterback, and as I've seen Kirk Cousins, interviewed, and you never know a person. People present very differently in public than how they really are privately often. But based on what I've seen, Kirk Cousins seems to be someone who can roll with it. And he seems to have his priorities in order. But with all that being said, Kirk Cousins was paid handsomely. Many say he was overpaid. I mean, we brought him here. He can have his in-laws come watch him play down at the Benz. He's got his wife happy. She's down home with her parents. And he's got $100 million guaranteed at 35 years old. And so they called him. He didn't find out on the news. And he should understand just, pure logic. You're 35 years old. You're going to be 36 when the season starts. You're coming off of a major injury. And you cost us a draft pick. So maybe you wouldn't have gotten the quarterback this year if you didn't say what you said.
That is true. That's a true statement.
That's true. Tidy, what do you think? Hurt feelings? Should we pander to him a little bit and tell him it'll be okay? Or but much to do about nothing?
Pander to him, I would say no. Am I concerned about how he feels? Honestly, I am. For one, he does have $100 million guaranteed, fully guaranteed. If he never steps on the field, that money is guaranteed. So, what kind of character are you going to show us? Are you going to show us a guy who's going to approach probably the last stop in his career with the Falcons, like he's only making $600,000 a year trying to get a big contract? Or are you going to approach this tenure with the Falcons like a guy who has had guaranteed contracts virtually all his career, and y'all went and signed a quarterback? Y'all went and drafted a quarterback pretty much without saying nothing to me, and I'm thinking I'm the guy, so I got my money. What happens happens. So
yep. At the end of the day.
That's the slight part that honestly does concern me a little bit. What kind of character is he going to show us?
Dre, where you at? Where you at with that? Is that something we should pay attention to, or
keep it real quick? Let me say something, Steve. Hey man, Kirk ain't cost us. That's our problem. That's our fault. We know Kirk Cousins is a square. I mean, his wife dresses him. We should have told him, hey man, don't go out here and dry snitch on yourself. So that's all on us. You know what I'm saying? We should have definitely told him, hey bro, whatever you do, don't go out here and dry snitch. So but as far as him, nah, I said this months ago. I said, yes, you absolutely have to draft a quarterback. And remember, if I don't know if Toddy remembers, that was the same thing that Winston said. Well, how's Kirk gonna feel about that? And my response to it at that point, and I still feel this, is you just let him know, hey, bro, he's gonna sit behind you for 2 years. You are our guy. You're not gonna have a quote unquote work for your job. You know what I'm saying? You are our guy. He is just, once you move on, once you ride off into the sunset, he's going to take your place. So I don't think you have to necessarily pander to him, but yeah, just let him know, like, come on, bro, we had to. You know what I'm saying? This is your last stop. You're our guy. He's going to learn from you, and that's that.
Yeah, just the update for the Fighting Armani's. They got another person from Alabama that was drafted, Terrion Arnold. That was somebody that I was thinking quite honestly, when we start talking about cornerbacks, that was somebody in the back of my mind that I said, I wouldn't mind possibly, looking at him as somebody that the Falcons could kind of look for. It's obvious that now, with this movement of quarterback, this surprising move that we just made, that you are probably going to have to start looking in that direction for some cornerback help. I will say this, fellas. We are, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm trying to look at it right now, I think we are at $4 million over the cap. Obviously, we're going to have to make some moves to, which I'm sure we will, as far as adjusting some of the salary cap. Right now, we actually showing $6.4 million as far as the salary cap is concerned. Now that we have a quarterback in the first round, I'm sure that's going to be a pretty nice number that Penix is going to ask for. So, how do we maneuver this? Do you guys see any surprise cuts? Do you see, or do you just see a lot of restructuring? And Tidy, is there anybody that you could look at potentially that we might look for? I.e., Richie Grant, who's making $3 million, somebody that the Falcons could look for to get some relief?
In my opinion, I don't necessarily know if we will do a lot of cutting. I think you're going to see a lot of restructuring of contracts. Jesse Bates, Chris Lindstrom. I don't think they'll do Grady Jarrett. They may, because he only has 2 years left. But Jesse Bates, Chris Lindstrom, and maybe even Caleb McGarry. I just think they're going to just start mortgaging those contracts and free up that money.
Oh,
That was a thought to me. That was a thought to me, Stephen. Do you see any surprise cuts, or you think you see a restructuring going on?
I see restructuring too. I think there are some people who may get cut. Seems like Grant was on the hot seat at the end of last season. And then Raheem Morris, he's a defensive guy. So if anybody knows if a particular defensive player is up to par, it'll be Raheem. And so it may be a combination, but I do lean toward maybe the restructuring, especially some of these really, really, expensive contracts that we have.
That's a Richie Grant to me. I don't know. I picked him out of the litter because that's a big number for somebody that's probably not even. I don't even think he's probably in position to start with the way Hillum has been coming on near the end of the year at the safety position. Latoya says if Kurtz doesn't slip up, the Falcons wouldn't be investigated for tampering. So maybe they would have went a different route if they weren't losing picks. Right. Something.
I think people look way too much into that us losing the picks. Generally, from what has happened in the history of tampering, and everybody tampers, so that it's a nothing burger. I think the most we'll lose is a second, but I believe it's going to be a third round pick. I'm not sure why people think it's going to be a first. Versus for major team violations, and this ain't a major team violation, in my opinion.
Maybe not, but I think it's the way that it happened. Apparently, based on reports, and we won't know until it all shakes out, it was the most blatant, the most flagrant. Everybody does this, but it's like we just totally ignored, the rule. And did
it? Yeah, he told you. He told you that. He said in his press conference, "Yeah, I talked to the team doctors. I talked to this person. I talked to."
Yeah, he did though. Yeah,
he told him. Like I said, he dry snitched. We should have told him, "Hey, bro, you know what I'm saying? Like, shut." But I don't think. Again, it's egregious instances is first round. I can't see this being egregious enough for them to take a first round. I think it's going to be a third round, second at the most.
And the only other thing I want to say about that though is I was surprised that they say they needed more time. I mean, we all know what happens. What do they want? I mean, they want to go deeper to see if it's, how bad it was. I mean, the guy pretty much admitted to what was happening.
Right.
But so what type of investigation are they doing? Because initially people expected it to wrap up before the draft. And it could be though that, that they didn't want it to impact this year's draft.
I
Or
think they
could-
want to know how far down the pipeline it went. You know,
yeah.
Was this general manager, head coach, or this just like you knew the trainer and you just randomly text him on your own? I think that's what they're looking at.
Mm.
Yeah, I think so too. Because I mean, I said it. I think Toddy said it too. A couple people said it. It would be unprecedented for them to dole out a punishment the exact year it happened. Like it really has never happened that way. It was going to be next year regardless. I don't think it was
They got
ever going to be
Minnesota a couple of years ago during
the same year.
Yeah, same. Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
They got Minnesota. They took Minnesota's pick about 2 weeks before the draft.
What was their punishment, Steve?
What was the for? What was their issue? What was their issue?
It was something they did 3 times, and it's not in front of me.
Yeah, that's egregious.
Whatever it was, they had 3 different violations that they did. But Minnesota was theirs was taken like 3 weeks before the draft, and it was only 31 picks. They did Miami's within the same year. Now Miami's happened a little bit earlier that year with old boy messing with Flores and all that. Was it when he pretty much basically lied?
Yeah, well, they had that also involved, I think, didn't that involve Sean Payton and Brady also at the same time?
I believe
for
so.
Miami.
Yeah.
So they was doing some real dirt.
Yeah, but that's what I said. That was egregious. I think Miami's punishment was so severe because it was an egregious issue. Like I think they got caught multiple times doing whatever it was they were doing. I just don't. With tampering, it's such a nothing burger. All teams do it. Me personally, I just don't think it'll be. I don't think it's going to be a high pick. I think it's going to be a second at the most.
You just said something, Dre. Every team does it, and the crazy thing is when you throw out the term legal tampering, doesn't that kind of just gray up the line even more? I mean, it doesn't make any sense for us to sit here and talk about, oh, we're in trouble because they were tampering. Well, you just said they could legally tamper.
Right.
That's like the oxymoron of all oxymorons, right?
But that came about, Uncle Steve, because so many teams were doing it. So they just gave it the title of legal tampering. But all teams do it. Like they do it. So it's such a nothing. They really should get rid of it. Like, who cares? Kirk Cousins came here not because Atlanta Falcons called him or whatever relationship he had. He came here because we guaranteed him the most money for the most years. Had nothing to do with nothing else.
Yep.
So
I think they should change the rule. If you are a free agent, the moment that clock ticks off in the 4th quarter of your last game on that team,
you should be able to talk.
I'm not saying the team that you have can't buy, be it for your services, but you are a free agent and you can at least talk to people. It's ridiculous that Kirk Cousins would have to wait, that he would have to wait all that time to talk to another team. He knew he was going to get the free agency. Because if Minnesota wanted him, they should have signed him before the year ended.
And the crazy thing is, if I'm not mistaken, this is all brought on not even from a Vikings member in their office. If I've read it correctly, this is from like a Vikings writer, fan, like somebody outside of the organization who pressed the issue and got them to really dig into this. If my understanding of the issue is correct, now I could be wrong, but if I've read it right, I think it's like a writer. I forgot dude's name, but he's not even in the main part of the organization.
I have a question.
Outside, go ahead, bro.
No, it's different. So, if we want to wrap this up before I throw this question,
no, you good, man.
So we traded Rondale Moore. We traded for Rondale Moore. We switched. They Cardinals got Desmond Ritter, and we got Rondale Moore. Rondale Moore chose number 9, and so the question is Penix gonna get that jersey, that number from Rondale Moore? Is he gonna have
probably not if the NFL has already created jerseys, just like they told Kirk Cousins and Pitts. If he wants that, he gonna have to buy up all the jerseys, which is crazy to me.
That's a little bit different because they're not marquee players, so they're not printing up a bunch of those jerseys.
I don't think I see Rondale Moore jerseys going.
But I mean, Pitts is not a premier player, and they told him, and if he wanted,
Pitts is a high. Pitts is a
you see a lot of Pitts jerseys.
See, I don't live in Atlanta, so I don't know. I don't ever see.
I would say, Dre, last year you saw Bijan, you saw Pitts. You didn't even really see a whole bunch of Jesse Bates last year at the beginning. Steven, I know you go to the games. What jerseys did you see more often? I know I
Brady.
saw a lot of Pitts and Bijan.
Brady. Probably Grady.
Yeah.
Great.
Well, Drake, I saw some Drake London jerseys.
I did see a lot of Drake. Yeah.
It's Drake London, Pitts, and Bijan.
Yeah.
That
was But yeah, Dre, don't be surprised. Yeah, it was a lot of Pitts jerseys.
Yes, yeah. Well, I apologize. I don't live in Atlanta, so I didn't know that. But real quick, let me answer that question you asked that I never did get the answer. I do think we will restructure. And how crazy is this? Because I just thought about it right before you asked that question. If we do restructure, if we were able to free up some money, do you think, and I know it's a huge if, but if we were able to free up the money, do you think we would make a run for one of the 2 premier receivers that Jerry is putting around with re-signing? CeeDee Lamb and the guy on defense. Wouldn't that be
Michael Parsons?
Parsons, yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have the money.
If we were able to free up the money.
It ain't gonna work because you gotta sign them to long-term contracts. What's gonna happen is you go the second year. What's the 2025? You're gonna run into a huge problem when them cap hits go up.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't. The money part, I don't always understand the money part. But damn, if we could get one of them 2, just one of them 2.
And remember, Parsons is the same year as Parsons. The same year was Parsons. Same year as Pitts.
Drake.
It's Drake. Okay, he's the same year. No, was it Drake?
No,
I think
it's Pitts.
No,
Pitts.
Parsons with Pitts.
So if you're Parsons and you're more importantly, if you're Parsons' agent, and you just saw what my man got to go from Houston to the Vikings. You just saw what Hunter was paid. And
I didn't think about that.
So
didn't think about that.
You're probably that's gonna be a lot of money, man.
Yeah, I didn't think about what the market has just gave away. Yeah, so you're right. But damn, if we could get one of them though, being that we didn't get a defensive player or a wide receiver in the draft so far, that would have been amazing.
And it's gonna be interesting to see. I'm gonna pull this up real quick while y'all on the screen. If we're talking about the money that the Falcons are you're gonna have, quite honestly. I'm gonna these free agents that I'm showing on the list right now, that I'm showing on the screen right now. I'm trying to put it up here. Thought I had it up here. Well, you know what? I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. But anyway, I'm looking at the defensive the defensive guys that they have out there right now, Xavier Howard from Miami, Jamal Adams, Justin Simmons is still out there. We're talking about safeties as we were earlier. Eddie Jackson from Chicago, Quandre Diggs, Yana Ngauku. I mean, a lot of guys that we were talking about before. I know Fletcher Cox is retiring, so I'm not worried about him. And Calais, is there anybody from a free agent standpoint that y'all might be looking at to say, man, could we go and get that person and bring on the team?
You said Justin Simmons, right?
Yeah, Justin Simmons still on the list.
Maybe him.
Yeah,
that would be nice.
Yeah.
Somebody gonna have to get cut though. Somebody got to get cut.
Do we get someone to put the pressure on AJ? That's the question. And for me, like, do we press AJ? Like, make him fight? Because AJ coming up on his deal, and he gonna want a whole lot of money. And I don't know. Last year, I mean, he's solid, but last year I felt like, but it could have been. We had a garbage court, like we had a garbage coach. So never mind. Let me go ahead and erase that whole question because never mind.
I think AJ's gonna get paid personally.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna pay AJ, and I'm gonna tell you why. Not only because AJ, by the numbers, is still one of the better cornerbacks in the league, even though his interception numbers don't match up with what I keep telling people. What was the kid from Dallas that had all the pick sixes?
Trayvon Diggs.
And that's was it Trayvon?
Trayvon Diggs.
No, Trayvon. The cat last year. Trayvon Diggs is the guy who had the 4 or 5 pick sixes like halfway through the season.
Was it Branch?
Branch, is that his name? Maybe that's his name. I'm gonna look that up while we doing that. But and he was trash. He just lucked up and got some pick sixes against a pretty good team.
Darian Bland.
Bland. That's his name.
Yeah.
Bland. That's the guy's name. Had like 4 pick six, broke the record for the most pick sixes in the league. And of course, he was an all-pro last year. But if you see in the playoffs, he was exposed big time.
Right.
And,
Yeah.
So I'm looking at AJ and I say, yeah, his interception numbers definitely. He need to learn how to probably catch the ball and hold the ball. But sans for a couple of bombs that he kind of got burnt on. Mike Evans I think he always just torches AJ every time he plays. I think AJ will still get his money. Plus, if AJ does get his money this summer, as I'm anticipating, that will also help. AJ's number right now is $12 million against the cap. If you're able to re-sign him and to his contract, you'll be able to play with some of that money this year. You could probably bring him under like $2 million, $2 or $3 million base salary, and pay him like $60 million bonus that you can play with down the line. So I think AJ is definitely gonna get a contract. Plus, there's really nobody else. There's really nobody else I see that you can kind of bring in. You can't play with that defense right now.
Right.
You can get all the offensive players you want to get, but we need to solidify this offense. And
So who do we pick? So who do we pick next? In my opinion, well, I mean, I know everybody gonna say edge, which is true, but I also think we need someone to back up or possibly take Landman's spot. And before everybody kill me in the comments, this is why I say that, because although Landman was great on the run, Landman got torched a lot on the pass. And again, I know we had garbage coaches last year, so I don't really know how I feel about that. But outside of edge, I think we definitely need another a backup to Landman because yeah, he got shredded quite a lot in the pass last year.
Pass game.
Are
Yeah,
you saying a backup or someone to replace Lamb?
Well, maybe not a back, someone to fight for that spot. Basically, like how he did. Well, he didn't fight for it. Old boy got hurt.
Troy Anderson.
Yeah, Troy Anderson. I don't know. Maybe let Troy go and get another and get one to back him up. Possibly take his spot. I don't know. For me, it's hard to say because our coaches were so trash last year. So I really don't.
I don't think they're gonna do that type of movement this year in the draft. I think they're gonna see how this year plays out because
probably.
Landman wasn't the greatest in coverage, but he had a damn good season for undrafted free agent.
Oh yeah, absolutely. By no means am I pooping on him as a player or name. To me, he was probably one of the best on the defense. But I'm just saying he got torched though quite a lot. But was that him or was that our garbage coaches in the scheme? So you're right, Toddy. They probably should wait to see how it plays out this year. I didn't think about that.
We are coming down to the last 4 picks, and as expected, think about this, y'all. Xavier Worthy's 4.25 is going to the Chiefs.
I knew that.
Of course, that's all Patrick Mahomes needs, right?
Yeah,
I knew that was
match made in heaven.
And they got Hollywood, bro.
Man, oh man.
I knew that was gonna happen.
Patrick Mahomes is sitting at home saying, I got my Tyreek back.
Yep, got me a Tyreek back.
And boy, oh boy. That's because
I think we can rock with him. I think when we see him, I think if we see him, we could I think we can rock with them though.
Oh, Kansas City?
Yeah.
Oh, Kansas City can be beat, man. Kansas City has the best, but Kansas City has the best of one of those people I was talking about, the quarterback. They have the best one going right now. Kansas City, look, aside of Herculean efforts from Chris Jones and what's my buddy's name back there, Snead, aside of them, Kansas City is not super special at any other. I love Travis Kelce. I think Travis Kelce is pretty good, but I don't think he's extraordinary at this juncture in his career. He's a great red zone guy. Wide receivers, Rice was nice, but Rice might miss a couple of games after his drama this year. Pachero is nice. He runs angry. And how angry can you be though? Can that last all year? So Kansas City, and I hope that game is early because Kansas City always has a tendency to start kind of slow.
Yeah.
Like when the last time you see Kansas City start off 8-0, 9-0, or something like that, you usually don't see that. So catch Kansas City early. Oh, we can definitely.
So it says on ESPN, Cousins left stunned. Kirk Cousins agent tells Pete Thamel that they were unaware of Michael Penix being drafted, and they are shocked that they took Michael Penix. Wow.
They need to stop making something. They need to be quiet. They got $180 million with $100 million guaranteed. Relax. You're 35.
Right. Almost 36.
I just don't understand. Like, what do you mean you shot?
Yeah, but they gotta make sure no dissent grows in that QB room. I think the Falcons do need to kiss a little butt, just a little bit, just to make sure dissent doesn't grow in that QB room.
$180 million. That's at that point.
I understand, bro. But at the end of the day, he a man like you and I, like all of us are men. You know what I'm saying? That ego can be an MFer. You know what I mean?
180 mil. That's my ego right there. I ain't saying nothing. I'm good.
I get what Coach's saying, and I said something about that earlier. I mean, because you got to think that $100 million is guaranteed. You don't want him to use that to his advantage. I get what we saying also on the other side. Well, you paid him that money, you ain't got to kiss his, what, but he is a starting quarterback,
Yeah. But what is he asking for? I think he's acting like he's Matt Ryan. You haven't played one down here. We're paying you $180 million. You can't even perform when you sign the contract. I mean, we are taking a risk on you. You can't get out there and do anything, and we're paying you this money. We do need to make sure there's no controversy in the quarterback room on the team. I totally get that. But they need to calm down. They meaning that Kirk Cousins and his camp, they need to relax on that. Dude, are you kidding
That's
me?
why I said the Falcons should do something like tell him, hey man, you are our guy. Just reassure him, hey man, you are our guy. We just gonna sit him to learn behind you for the, tell him for 4 years, you know what I mean? And then when you ride off to the sunset, he'll be our guy. Something like that. Just kiss his butt just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Just give him a nice little soft reach around. You know what I'm saying? Like just tell him a little something to calm him down, and so we can go on about our business.
Another aspect too we have to consider is with this being such a surprise to the entire NFL, you're gonna have media members sticking microphones in people's faces. Because they won't, hey, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? So probably in 2 weeks, this will probably be another story.
Right.
I do feel. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. This is why I have so much respect for Russell Wilson. Because when they brought Justin Fields over to Pittsburgh, he's open arms, saying all the right stuff. No agent talking about, wait a minute, what's going on? And now, granted, he only has a 1-year deal, right? Russell Wilson does with Pittsburgh.
Yes,
yeah,
they
both do now. They both only 1-year deals now.
Yeah, but to me, Dre, I hear what you're saying, but to me, they do need to they need to massage the relationship. But to me, Kirk Cousins should know that he's definitely the guy for the next 2 years because he's guaranteed $100 million for the next 2 years. The only way he's not the guy is if he goes out there and doesn't perform, and that'll still be a hard pill to swallow. And someone will be fired probably if that happens.
Right. And I'm sure he does understand that he's the guy. But just like, in previous years, in previous situations of something similar to this, the first time Kirk Cousins F's up, the fans are going to be screaming for Michael Penix. You know what I'm saying? It's going to cause a controversy. That's why you get ahead of it and say, hey, man, look, you are our guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to really, blow his head up, but just let him know, hey, man, you are our guy. He is only here to learn from you, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Wow, Pittsburgh declined Justin Fields options. I told people he's trash, bro. Anyway, my bad.
Yeah.
But what real quick, Steven, I heard you say that earlier, and I was like, wow, I can't believe he said that. I truly believe there is no way that Russell Wilson would have thrived here. I think it's too much in Atlanta for him with his wife and their situation. It's way too much in Atlanta for. I don't think he would have ever came here. I don't think he would have came here at all. Period.
Oh man, Kool-Aid McKinstry and Lad McConkey still on the board.
Dang. Yeah, Cooper DeJean and every Juan sent us a super chat. Appreciate you, brother. He said, man, Kurt wasn't even the quarterback one in Washington. He used to it.
That was 15 years ago.
I'm gonna say this. I do understand where you're coming from, Dre, when you say, all folks, we all have an ego to a certain extent, whether we're the highest paid player. Look, Tom Brady had an ego. Going to think about what happened to him at New England. He won the most championships ever in the history of football at the quarterback position, and they got rid of him, real quick. So, yeah, I don't think they should exactly kiss his behind, but I do think the first thing Terry comes out and says, "Hey, well, let me make it clear. Our quarterback, our QB1 is Kirk Cousins." You'll see him
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah, he has to. He absolutely has to.
I mean, because my thing is this: if I'm Terry, I would just. I mean, here's how the conversation will go. Look, dude. Look. I understand what's going on. We have to invest in our future. You are 36 years of age. I can't just give you all this money and then just leave the position alone. I'm sorry. And then you coming off this injury, you have to understand this is a business and this is how it's gonna go. We paying you $180 million. You are okay. Be happy. We got all the weapons in the world to work with. You are QB1 going for the next 2 years.
Yeah, he has to say that. He on some level of that, he has to say that. And I believe they will tell him that. I believe that there's no way you can, because you cannot have dissent. And that dissent in the QB room destroys teams. We've seen it before.
Yeah.
Some of it's going to be unavoidable, though. The only way that everything
absolutely,
works,
because like I said, the second Cousins mess up, that's the first thing you go. Oh, how long is it going to be before Penix hit the field? How long is it going to be before Penix hit the field? The fans are going to be screaming for Penix. The fans are going to boo. The fans are going to do this. You commentators are going to do that. ESPN going to say this. The first time Cousins mess up and lose us a game, the floodgates going to open. So yeah, absolutely.
Well, at 180 million, if Cousins losing us the game, I think they kind of within their rights. I mean, that's just me though. I mean, I'm just saying if it comes to a point where Cousins he's losing a game, he turning the ball over by himself, which Cousins don't usually turn the ball over like that. So,
yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Oh, he does. He turns the ball over like that.
Yeah,
I don't recall him turning the ball over a lot.
Man, he had 9 turnovers last year in 8 games. He had 3 turnovers the first game. He had 3 red zone picks. He had a couple of pick sixes. I went back and watched the games, man. He threw for a lot of yards last year, but he had turnovers every game except one.
But so did Patrick Mahomes. Like, that means really nothing. What I'm saying is the
play like Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes had a buttload of turnovers last year.
I'm looking at the stats. Before he got hurt last year, he had 18 passing touchdowns and 5 interceptions.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He didn't turn the ball over that much last year.
So a turnover is a fumble too. When you lose the fumble, he fumbled the ball a lot last year, and he actually had 6 interceptions. They didn't count the interception against Chicago, but if you go watch that game, it's an interception and not a fumble. For some reason, go watch the game. It's on NFL replay. It's there. He threw an interception in the Chicago game, which was one of the 6 interceptions that he threw. So I studied the dude from last year, man. Go look. I watched every game a couple of times just to be sure. And
did he have fumbles or did he have fumbles lost? Because quarterbacks notoriously are going to have a lot of fumbles just based on the nature of the position.
He had fumbles lost. He had fumbles and fumbles lost. And he had interceptions. He had 9 turnovers. So between interceptions and fumbles lost, he had 9 in 8 games. He had a fumble or interception or both in every game except one.
Okay, so if we stay right there, Steve, if he did in fact have 9 fumbles, I'll take your word for it. That's still 18 touchdowns passing, so that's still 2-to-1 TD to turnover ratio. That's still very good.
That's not bad.
That's good. 2-to-1. If you can get 2-to-1 from your quarterback, you're doing good.
I got it, but
right. But we use the common sense. What is the average fan gonna see? The average fan gonna see an interception. Now they're calling for Penix.
Yeah. Well, here's the problem. The issue is that if Cousins isn't ready to start at the beginning of the season because of his injury, and Heineke doesn't look good. Let's say Heineke gets hurt, and Penix goes out there in the 1 or 2 games and looks really good. That would be a problem.
That's a huge problem.
Now that's
a Terry Fontenot problem.
Well, it is. Yeah. It is. And so essentially Kirk Cousins needs to go out there and play well.
I'm sorry, y'all. Speaking real quick, just want to make sure I get the last super chat in as we get into the last two picks going on. The eye test is in here. We appreciate you, brother. He said rumors are that blank overruled Terry. Do you think they cut Kirk and Terry off at the knees with this move? Well, first of all, I just don't think you could believe anything
I don't believe
at
it.
this moment as
I
far
don't
as
believe
any decision on whether blank told him to make that move or not. I have never known Arthur Blank to step in and make any personnel decisions. But I will say this. I do remember very much that if after Arthur Smith was officially released and when Terry came back and they had the press conference with Raheem, the first thing he said was they will bring quarterbacks in to compete.
Mhm.
If you go back to the interview when Raheem was hired and Terry came out of hiding, that was one of the first things that he said. So he didn't say how he was going to do it, but obviously he's doing it this way. I'm not concerned about, blank. First of all, I don't believe that.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't believe that.
When has AB unilaterally did a decision on anything? He has always said he has a committee of some sort. He talks to multiple people. He gets multiple people's opinion. Yeah, me personally, I don't believe that either. I don't believe he unilaterally said we getting Penix, especially being that he wanted Bill Belichick, and we didn't get Bill Belichick because other people didn't want him.
We have one pick left, so real quick, I wanted to go over just a couple of names, barring them getting picked by the Buffalo Bills, which I think the Buffalo Bills, it would probably shock me if they didn't get a wide receiver. But players still available that a lot of people were talking about first round, especially Cooper DeJean. Jeez, I thought they were acting like he had a possibility to be top 10. A lot of people had Kool-Aid kind of right around the end of the first, beginning of the second. Kool-Aid McKinstry still there. Mitchell is still there from Texas, who I wouldn't be shocked gets picked by Buffalo. Ladd McConkey, who I thought was an outside chance of being first round anyway. I don't think he was exactly thought to be in that particular group. Also, Keon Coleman from Florida State is on this list. Just a lot of guys that we can look forward to tomorrow. Kamari Lassiter from Georgia at cornerback. Anybody that sticks out on that list for y'all real quick as we get ready to wrap up. Actually, there was a trade. Carolina now has the last pick, so that's probably not going to be a wide receiver for Carolina. So, but is there anybody that hit that list for your Armani that you could see the Falcons saying, "Hey, let me run up there and try to get them"?
Ladd McConkey. I'm just being honest. Ladd McConkey, Chris Braswell, Den from Bama, the cornerback from Georgia, and yeah, I think that's it. I think one of those guys is going to be the pick, even though I think the Falcons are going to go defense. But if Ladd McConkey is there, they're going to take him.
You think the Falcons going to take him or the Panthers going to take him?
The Falcons.
I'm probably not in that count. Not after they made that move at quarterback. I just don't see them doing that. Do you anybody else have any surprise picks possibly for the Falcons tomorrow? I was looking at Cooper DeJean. I wonder how far he might fall. it would be interesting to possibly get him in that second round if he's still available. What you think, Steven?
I think I like Cooper DeJean. I was really pleasantly surprised that we grabbed Michael Penix Jr., but I was definitely surprised. And so I don't know. I think Cooper DeJean is probably one of the few people who I've actually paid attention to that I would say, let's grab him. We could move. What's the little guy that we have that we got last year? Yeah, move him to nickel, and we'd have a nice backfield.
But DeJean had a little speed too, didn't he? Because that's something Raheem said he wanted on his defense. He said he wants a lot more speed on his defense. So that would definitely fit the bill. What you think, Dre?
Honestly, I don't know. And the reason I said that is because if any of you guys watched Terry's presser, what was that, Monday, Tuesday, he made it a really big deal to keep stressing best player available and what best player available means. Not the best player available on the board, but the best player available for the team and, what this position means and this, that, and the third. So the fact that he went really in depth into that, I think the second pick is going to be a wild card. I really don't know. I would like to see defense, but I have no idea because he really stressed that best player available and what that means for the Falcons.
And proved today, Dre, that he probably don't care what everybody else thinks because he's gonna get what he feels like is best for the Falcons. Toddy, anybody on that list that jumped out at you?
Yeah, from that list you read off, I would probably say either Kool-Aid or Lassiter. I guess I'll stick with the DBs.
Yeah, Kamari is on there. I think we're running out of Alabama people. Is anybody on there check on that list for you, Armani? Anybody on the list that we read down?
Just Chris Braswell and Kool-Aid. They're the only ones that's pretty much left on. That's everybody. They're the only ones that's pretty much left. But I'm just trying to figure out what they're going to do with the edge, though. I'm just very concerned about the edge spot.
I'm a little bit concerned unless they know a plan that we don't. It's going to be interesting. He's reading off the last pick right now for the Carolina Panthers, and I'm gonna let him read that, and then as we do that, I'm gonna go around to just get a Xavier Leggett. They did get a wide receiver from South Carolina.
They were eyeing him. They were eyeing him all draft.
Yeah, they want their quarterback to have somebody to throw to. Like he really has no team.
Yeah.
So that concludes the first round. We've been going at it for dang near
4 hours,
4 hours going on, and I know first of all, I appreciate everyone in the chat joining us. Thank you so much. Everybody has been awesome. Some great comments and everything here. I'm gonna go around the panel. Dre, I'm gonna start with you and go around and let us know. Just give us a overall thought on what we just saw today, and then let everybody know where they can see you, where they can reach
you. Overall, the draft as a whole, like I said, I didn't see too many fireworks. I think the draft was very pedestrian, very blah. If you thought the pundits and the beat writers were right, then I guess you would think this was a exciting draft. I thought it was very blah. I kind of figured that we were going to do what we did. I definitely didn't think it would be Penix, but I knew it would be a quarterback. So, overall, I may not be happy with the person, but I'm happy with the pick, and I'll grow to love the person. So, I guess I give this draft, as far as the Falcons go, an A. They definitely did what they should have done. And regardless if I like the player, he's here now, so I'm gonna root for him and hope for the best. And just ready to get the season started. As far as where you can find me, I do have my channel, The Coach's Corner. Just haven't really got it off the ground because I'm back in school now. So I'm trying to get you guys to see me actually on the field and not on your computer screen. So, pray to whoever you pray to or whatever that I get the opportunity to step on the field and put on a headset. Hey, even if I don't step on the field, put me in the field room. I'm happy as long as I can do what I love. I'm all the way happy. But yes, The Coach's Corner. Once I get a little bit of time, I'll really get the channel up and off the ground. Hopefully this year. So.
Well, you know who you always got support from on this end, my brother. So I appreciate you, especially appreciate you coming in at the last minute to bring some bring your perspective, which is always a good side that we don't
Oh,
see.
I'm always the devil's advocate. I have no problem putting on the horns and being the bad guy. I relish it. So.
You should have gone for the neck. Thanos. Armani, tell everybody where they can find you, man. Give us a quick synopsis of what we saw today, and tell us where everybody can find you.
What's going on, y'all? So yeah, I think what happened today was I think Terry was just like, okay, Arthur Smith is gone. Now they're giving me the keys to the team. It's my turn now. When they gave him a shot to make decisions on the roster, now it's my turn. So, and that's what ultimately led to Michael Penix being chosen at the number 8 pick. But I think the draft went for the first couple picks, they went exactly like everybody thought they were gonna go. Nobody traded up. Nobody traded back, really. So I mean, it went according to plan. You can find me in ABG. I'm working weekends, a lot of weekends now. So I'll be doing guest appearances. But like Coach, I'm in school as well, so I'm gonna be hard pressed on working and in school. So you can find me in ABG, and then I'll be on the Red and Rail Sports Show every now and again.
Appreciate you, brother. Love that secondary education, man. Y'all keep doing your thing and do what you do, man. We got your back. Anytime y'all want to pop in, y'all just come on in the chat. Y'all know where I am. Steven, let everybody know where you are and give us your quick thoughts on what you saw tonight.
You can find me on YouTube at the on the Checkdown, which is a YouTube channel that we launched a little over a month ago. Our handle is at Checkdowner, and we produce quite a few videos exclusively about the Falcons, some NFL commentary, but mainly about the Atlanta Falcons. I've been down with the Atlanta Bird Gang for a very long time. I want to say thank you to Tidy and also you, Uncle Steve, for really getting me into the space because
yeah, thank you.
Yeah, able to, fellowship with good brothers like you about our dirty birds. I think the draft was great. And that's a very biased, emotionally driven opinion because I'm happy with our pick. I'm glad we got Michael Penix. I'm rooting for him. I'm rooting for Kirk Cousins too, because I'm rooting for the Falcons. And so, like Armani said, the first few they went exactly as expected with respect to the quarterbacks being taken. I was a little surprised a little bit that Bo Nix went in the first round. I expected Denver to potentially get him. I just wasn't quite sure. And so, but all in all, I think it was a good draft. It was a good draft.
I appreciate you, Steven. Thank you so much. And it's always good, man. Quite honestly, I've always seen you popping in and things like that, but to add another voice out into the content creator space here for the Atlanta Falcons and especially in our world, man, it's needed. And you have quality stuff. I'm always popping in on you. And I hurried up and subscribed when I knew you were going to YouTube, man. I appreciate your insight and thank you. And please don't be a stranger. I know I got to get you on a little bit more when the regular season comes next year. But I know you and I are at the games most of the time. So
Yeah,
We'll
man.
catch you. We'll
Y'all hear that rich man talk? That's that rich man talk.
Yeah.
You hear that? Hey,
Yeah.
these peons can't afford to go to the Vans.
Let
None
me
at
tell
all.
Real
y'all.
quick, will y'all be on tomorrow? Real quick, will y'all be on tomorrow?
I personally will not. I will be at a
Okay.
marriage retreat starting tomorrow, so
Nice.
I will be busy Friday and Saturday, and I'll probably come on Sunday after that, like I've been doing for the Sunday chill Uncle Steve's Lounge. So I'll be on Sunday to do a recap. I did see somebody ask that question in the comments. So Ty, as I'm about to give the floor to Tidy, I don't know whether he's going to be on or not, but before I ask him that, I just want to thank Tidy. About 6, 7 years ago, when I first kind of got into this space and Tidy having the platform that he did, he took a chance on uh, having me come into his group and allowing me to do uh, things like this and lives and all that. And I always appreciate him doing this. This is our 5th year together doing this draft. And every time, man, it's always something weird and crazy as it was tonight. It's always fun.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I'm just happy to be able to share the platform with you, brother. And I truly appreciate you letting me partner up with you as always. But the floor is yours, sir.
Hey, you're welcome, Steve, and thanks for always being the Magic Johnson doing this, man. You do an exceptional job, and I look forward to it every year. You know, we always hit each other up. Hey, we're still on, so so God willing, y'all will see us here next year as well. You know,
sir.
tag team partner, man. As you said, we've been doing it for years now. Also, shout out to the other Steven. If y'all not already subscribed, make sure you subscribe to the Check Down. He does exceptional videos, very high quality. You know, he gonna make me start working on my editing skills so I can somewhat keep up.
Tell you, man. Marty.
Super high quality, man.
Appreciate that.
And shout out to Coach also. You know, always showing up, showing love, and providing some great perspectives, even if it's not always the most popular perspective. I respect that wholeheartedly because I'm like that a lot too, you know. And also shout out to Armani as well. You know, we've been rolling ABG for a long time.
Long time.
Long time now. Long time.
He didn't have a beard back then.
He didn't. He baby face.
Baby oil.
Yeah.
I didn't have a beard, and when I first came into the group, I was still a teenager. I was 18.
Yeah, he was a young buck, man. He getting close to unk status. He ain't there yet, but
yeah. 28, man. 28. I ain't 30 yet now. I ain't 30 yet.
Well, yeah, this has been great, man. Like I said, I joined doing it every year. You can find me at AtlantaBirdGang. And as far as our what happened tonight in the draft, I will say that I'm very happy. These I'm gonna be honest with the Terry Fontenot era. I gotta be honest. I haven't been happy on none of these first round picks. I'm just gonna be straight up honest. I eventually came to like them more as time went by. Still working on loving some of them, but tonight I leave happy. And I think Terry Fontenot has been telling us for a while this was going to happen, but we kind of just brushed it off. He kept saying we will add a quarterback to the quarterback room, and he did not do it in free agency. And I think most of us assume Spencer Rattler, somebody in the 3rd or 4th round, but you know, Michael Penix. Welcome to Atlanta. Looking forward to it, and just looking forward to enjoying the rest of the draft and see what else Fontenot got up his sleeves.
Absolutely. Thank you, my friend. Again, I echo your thoughts. Very surprised. I'm gonna go back to something Juan said. A makeup tour. I think I some facsimile of that. Just kind of the makeup for what probably should have happened in 2021. Bring as many talented folks as you can into your quarterback room. Not only have somebody who's ready now, but somebody who's ready for the future. And I think that's where the Atlanta Falcons franchise is. I know it was a little bit of a shock, but I'm must admit I'm coming out with a smile, and boy, oh boy, I can't wait till tomorrow's radio shows and First Take and all that good stuff, because it's gonna be one extreme or another. And the Atlanta Falcons, like it or not, are gonna be probably the first or second story to come out of tomorrow's, when you start looking at all the draft stories for tomorrow. I look forward to doing it. I appreciate you gentlemen again. Thank you so much. I'm going to make sure that I don't get kicked out of my bedroom tonight, so I'm going to end this as soon as possible. Gentlemen, appreciate y'all. Hope everyone has a great weekend. Thank you, chat. Thank you, everybody, for the support. Everyone have a great weekend, and appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good one.